City of Grand Rapids Planning Commission hearings on January 25, 2024. The way we'll proceed through the meeting is that the planner will present each case up at the microphone and take any questions from the commission, and then the applicant will be invited up to add any additional comments they would like to and take questions from the commission, and then there will be a public hearing where members of the public are welcome to come up to the microphone, take up to 3 minutes to share any thoughts or comments you have on the case. Then the applicant will be invited back up to add any additional content or respond to any questions, and then the commission will deliberate and make a decision on the case. Planning staff has provided for the commission draft resolutions that are both drafted in the affirmative and in the negative, and that is for our convenience as we work through each decision to make sure that we are considering the standards that apply in each case. And so if it appears that we're reading a predetermined outcome, that is not the case. We are reading predetermined suggestions. With that, we will ask, are there any conflicts of interest from the planning commissioners?
I don't think it's a conflict of interest necessarily, but I, just for perception, wanted to mention that my husband, on behalf of his place of employment, submitted a letter related to our last case, but we're not financially connected or anything like that, so I'll let you deliberate.
The last case being the text amendments.
I'll make a motion that there is not a conflict of interest.
Support.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with our first case. Sarah.
Thanks, Chairman. So our first case is 3082 Peregrine Drive Northeast, and this is a request from Celebration Hospitality Incorporated to have a major amendment to the Celebration Village Plan Sign Program. Just to give you some background, in 1999, the Celebration Village Plan Sign Program was created, and then several amendments have taken place since its inception. But in 2020, the City Commission adopted a major amendment to have a portion of the Peregrine PRD be absorbed by the Celebration PRD. Then in 2022, final site plan review took place on this parcel here to establish a new hotel and surface parking. During that case, you did not make a determination on signage, which brings us here today. This is showing you the original Celebration Village PRD. The subject property is actually further north than the original. So I just kind of wanted to set this up to give you an idea of the expansion that's taken place. The original planned sign program established different signage requirements for different buildings, namely that the buildings that are located along development drives, off the East Beltline, off of Knapp Street, that those would be allowed to have a wall sign based on the linear feet of the building. Alternatively, it did mention that new buildings in this development should be consistent with the Knapp's Corner Plan Sign Program across the street, which in your packet I showed you would allow 25 square feet of wall signage. So both the Celebration Plan Sign Program and Knapp's Corner indicate relatively small signage for the buildings. As I've mentioned previously, if you remember, we had a case come forward for an amendment to the PSP for new outbuildings located off the Beltline. They had requested ground signage, and I kind of informed the group that ground signage is indicated on this plan sign program, but it's intended to be used for all tenants of the development and not for individual tenants. Getting into the analysis, so the first sign request would be this upper wall sign. In your packet, you should see a table that explains comparatively the sign request versus what would typically be allowed, and then what's also allowed by the planned sign program. And for this upper wall sign, they're requesting 93 square feet. So although a typical sign would be 25 square feet or based on the linear feet of the building, I ask that you consider the location of this building relative to the East Belt Line and the development itself. It's tucked away in the north corner, so this was the edge of the PRD. Our subject property is located over here. In addition to that, they are also requesting a ground sign. You'll also notice in your packet that that is 43 square feet, which is over both the planned sign program and the East Beltline Overlay District. So your considerations are going to be if these signs are appropriate, if you want to consider new placement or the number of signs. I can certainly guide you through what would meet ordinance requirements. The last thing that I wanted to touch on is clear vision areas. So relative to how people circulate the site, we have these clear vision areas that we do not allow structure, signage, any improvements over a certain height in those areas. And that height limit is 30 inches or taller is not going to be allowed. And so you can see the ground sign that they're proposing here is outside of the clear vision area, but we run into some conflicts with other portions of the ordinance that need more buffer or setback space for pedestrians and vehicles. So I think some discussion should be had about the ground sign and where it's placed. Alternatively, we can talk about directional signage as well if the applicant needs support in that regard.
Any questions for Sarah? Okay, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up if there's anything you'd like to add.
Good afternoon. My name is Cardo Piramari. I represent the ownership group. I'm a project manager for the hotel. We built this will be the 8th hotel in West Michigan that we've built, and this is the standard for all of them. There's a typical monument sign and then one building sign. And for all the brands, this is kind of what they require, so that's why we asked for these two signage pieces. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Could you talk about the purpose of the ground sign?
It's just easier for cars to see when they drive in, I guess. Like I said, it's typical for all hotels to have some type of monument sign. And this is kind of like on the back end of Peregrine. It's not on East Beltline, so it is pretty hard to see.
So it's like wayfinding? I'm sorry to cut you off. Like,
Yeah, it's basically a way to find the building.
okay. Thanks.
Maybe for Sarah, but remind me why were the signs not part of the original package? If the hotel was approved, a year and a half ago or whatever, why was this coming now?
The planned sign program was established for Celebration Village, and this parcel was originally part of the Peregrine PRD. So when it got absorbed, it has to follow those same signage requirements, and the applicant is proposing something that does not meet those requirements.
And if I might add, the applicant, we actually have a different developer of the building now. They were not ready with the plan sign program at the time that it was on.
Sarah, a little bit, maybe needing you to restate, for the monument sign, did I hear you say that it was proposed in a location that it can't be because of other proximity to vehicles or?
Yeah, based on the sign ordinance, I would say the location technically meets our requirements, but when we look at section 51506B, there's some language there about not impeding pedestrian traffic, visibility. This is indicating that it would be on the curb, right next to a parking space. So the user that's parked in this space probably couldn't see over the sign. And so we've got some conflicting language that I'd like the commissioners to consider there.
Okay, thank you.
Related, if, with the purpose being stated as wayfinding essentially, can you talk about some other options that would meet requirements that
Yeah.
potentially help with that?
Yeah, so when we're considering the parcel, the boundary of it goes beyond the streetway here. So they have some space on both sides of this internal drive and some space here on Peregrine Drive and up this way. And so I indicated on this plan that there is opportunity to have directional signage that I think would maybe support the wayfinding that the applicant is trying to accomplish. I'm happy to work with the applicant to figure out better placement of the ground sign if you feel that it's an inappropriate placement.
Any other questions for Sarah? Okay, thank you. And then we will turn to our deliberation.
Yeah, I think the sign, the wall sign is appropriate. It's, while bigger than what would typically be allowed, this property is significantly further away from the belt line, and so I think that makes sense. I do have concerns about the monument sign being directly adjacent to those parking spots. I think that can, while not in the clear vision, like it would have a barrier for anyone trying to back out of those parking spots. And then it's right on the sidewalk as well. So I guess I would like to see either different placement of that or different type of signage to help them meet the wayfinding needs that they have associated with that sign.
Those are my thoughts exactly. I don't think we have a compelling argument for the monument sign outside of the language you provided the applicant during the discussion. And so I would like to see probably that replaced as well, particularly in that area for the pedestrian or bicycle traffic that may be sort of at risk here.
Applicant, can I have you, do you have a strong feeling about the sign being right there on the curb? Was that an intentional placement of the sign?
Like I said, it's just comes down to the brand. It's kind of out of my hands, and that's what they want to go to the city.
Sure. If it's 5 feet to the east, though, is that problematic?
No,
I mean, it'll still be out of the clear vision
right.
line?
No, that the placement of it isn't an issue for us or the brand itself.
Okay. I don't have a problem with a monument sign. I think it's probably appropriate as you drive west on Peregrine into the development and know which parking lot to turn into. I just think the placement's not ideal, sitting right there next to the parking space, but.
The Planning Commission's generally comfortable with the monument sign. Staff, Sarah, can continue working with the applicant to find a more appropriate location that meets the intent of the ordinance, the needs of the hotel. But if there's a specific location here that you would not support, we would just want to know that.
What was so you said 5 feet, I guess I need the direction here. Are you just talking about having it closer to the building? Where,
No,
or
this,
south?
the way that this is situated north
Oh.
is to your right. So it's just how it's sitting on the
Yeah.
parcel.
Okay, never eat soggy Wheaties. Okay, great.
And I mean, if it's worth saying, there are several locations that would work for the applicant that I've identified outside of this meeting that I can work with them on. So
Okay.
it wouldn't be impossible to get placement. just concern for pedestrians and drivers there.
I think that satisfies my commentary as well, and I'm happy to make a motion if we don't have any additional discussion. Now therefore it be resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of Celebration Hospitality, Inc., seeking an amendment to the planned sign program of Celebration Village for a new hotel building to be located, new planned sign, to be located at 3082 Peregrine Drive Northeast for the following reasons. The applicant has demonstrated that the proposed planned sign program amendments would result in a more attractive aesthetic setting, improve safety, provide more convenient identification for planned users or other similar purposes because the proposed plans allow for adequate and effective signs for identification and appropriate commercial speech. The applicant has demonstrated that the proposed plan substantially furthers the purposes and intent of Section 51501 because the proposed amendment would protect the need to promote new businesses within the Celebration Village development. The applicant has demonstrated the approval of the planned sign program amendments would not create, rather, will ensure that signs are located, designed, constructed, installed, and maintained in a way that protects life, health, property, and the public welfare, reinforce and support the character of the surrounding development by taking into account building scale, massing, and nearby travel speeds, and balance the need and right to communicate with needs to promote orderly communication, promote community aesthetics, and prevent proliferation of signs and sign structures that can be confusing and distracting. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. I shall read here for the first time. Standard set A condition approval that the application and plans submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution, that the use shall operate according to the application and per applicant testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes, that this approval does not include any proposed signs and future signs that shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation, that a land use development services permit, building permit, and other required permits be obtained by the City of Grand Rapids prior to the construction, demolition, or operation. We are striking number 5. 6, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. And then striking number 7, this approval shall have immediate effect.
I'll support, but do we have to strike 3 as well from the standard conditions? It's not on our
Yeah.
thing, but I think it's showing on there, since this is a sign.
Is that a friendly request to the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. I will accept that.
Support.
Would you like a condition in there that the applicant work with planning staff to identify a location for the
would
monument
be
sign on the
delighted.
subject property meeting the requirements of Article 15?
Yes, please.
Still support.
Could I have
More support.
clarification on the approval of the size of the ground sign? Do we feel like that's, go ahead.
I think they were comfortable with it as proposed.
As proposed, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Our next case, Laura.
Our next request today is for 2128 South Division. The request is to utilize an existing commercial space for a banquet hall. There is no alcohol service requested in association with the use today. And the subject property is on Division, south of Burton mid-block, just at the end of where Kirtland Street kind of hits Division. It's on the east side of Division, shaded here in green. You can see the area is traditional business area. It is a commercial corridor. It's part of the South Division Corridor area-specific plan, and identified as a focus area for a mix of uses, including retail. It's intended to be a walkable district serving the neighborhood. Surrounding properties are also traditional business areas. There is low-density residential to the east. Here's an overhead view of the property. The property was, you can see in the picture on the bottom of the screen, the subject property is identified as the Heights Upholstering and Furniture Company. It was constructed maybe 20 or 30 years after the larger building to the north. It would appear that the buildings were utilized together throughout history, and in fact today the applicants are the building owners and they own both of these buildings today. They are internally connected. However, the use today really is only going to be in 2128 Division, the smaller building that is set further back of the two. As you can see also from the historic pictures, there were storefront windows. At some point in time, those windows were covered up prior to the applicants owning this building, and some internal modifications were made. Bathrooms were added in this area behind where these original storefront windows were. So because of the internal modifications to the building, it is not possible at this time to restore any of the storefront windows. This is not the most recent picture of the building. The applicant has made some updates to the building, and understanding that it's our intent to allow for as much transparency as possible because the building is existing and it's not practicable to fully restore the storefront windows. They've made some great efforts and they replaced the existing front doors to include full glass with a glass transom above to add as much transparency as possible. They've done a nice job with that. The building is, the property is almost 5,000 square feet in area. The building pretty much takes up the entire property. It is on the east side of Division. It is set back about 14 feet from the property line and the sidewalk, and it butts right up to the public alley running north and south behind Division. There is an internal door here connecting 2124 to 2128. It is my understanding that door will be locked during events and there will be no internal connection to the buildings. The external connection, so the main entry is the front door on Division. There is an additional external door that leads out onto the property belonging to 2124 adjacent to the alley. There is an easement agreement allowing use of that area behind the building, and the fire marshal has requested that bollards be installed to protect the door from being blocked from parked vehicles. So you'll see that there's the Planning Commission might consider a condition of approval that a planning LUDS permit be submitted for the installation of those bollards to protect that emergency egress. So loading and unloading for events and trash pickup will occur on property belonging to 2124 per the terms of the property easement agreement. This building was formerly used as a church, so it had some assembly uses. It was used as a church for quite some time, although I couldn't find any approvals on record for it. So it will require a building permit for a change of use to allow for this type of assembly use. The applicants have met with our building official, and they understand the changes that will need to be made to the interior of the building. There are no additional exterior changes proposed. Regarding the use, the front door along Division will be used as the main point of entry. You can see on the floor plan that it is already equipped with restrooms, and they are proposing the setup that you see here on the screen on this floor plan is going to be the permanent setup of the building. It's a large space, and it is large enough to hold an occupancy more than what they're asking for. However, the applicant has met with the building official, and the tables and chairs that are shown on the plan will be in place at all times. The facility will be rented with the tables and chairs as they're seen here, and the occupancy will be limited to up to 99 people. This is notated as a bar, but it's just a serving area. There will be no alcohol permitted. The rental agreement specifically states no alcohol will be permitted as part of the rental. There is a stage set up at the back of the building to allow for some, performances and some live music. The hours of operation are proposed to be Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Events must end by 10, and the building will be vacated by 11, so no late night events are proposed. The applicant has indicated that all events will be supervised by the property owner or the manager, and a camera system will be installed to help facilitate observation of ensuring that the safety is met at all times. The Planning Commission might wish to discuss with the applicant details of somebody being on premises during events. There is a rental agreement that is included in your packets. And then there is a request for a parking waiver for all of the parking, required parking included with this request. There is no parking on site as such. There is street parking available on Division, metered street parking, and across the street at this location here, the applicant has submitted a parking agreement with the property owner of that parking lot. And for the occupancy, the zoning ordinance requires 25 parking spaces for this use, and the parking lot with the agreement that they have with the church that owns the surface parking lot is for 25 parking spaces. In addition, there are other district lots in the area, and Division Avenue is served by the Rapid bus route. So considering the parking and transit options, a parking waiver could be, the conditions of a parking waiver could be met for the required parking. The applicant has reached out to the neighboring businesses and the Garfield Park Neighborhood Association. We have received a letter of support from the Garfield Park Neighborhood Association and one letter of concern from a neighboring resident. So in sum, today is a request to use an existing commercial space for a banquet hall with no alcohol service and a full parking waiver. Does the Planning Commission have any questions?
I have a question. Banquet halls come under the fire code, right? And is this access point meet that code requirement, the back one?
It does. It has the internal hardware, it has the emergency push hardware, and it has been reviewed by the fire department and our building official, and it does, with the easement agreement and the installation of the bollards in the rear courtyard area, it meets the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Laura? Thank you. We'll let the applicant up to share any additional thoughts you would like to share.
Good afternoon. My name is Ceci Mendez. I'm one of the owners of this building, 2128 South Division. This is Sandy. We are partners, friends too. And then, well, thank you for this time. We are proposing to have this permit as a banquet facility in this location. And it's located on 2128 South Division. As Laura mentioned, that all the information she already said was part of the proposal that we work with together, and we're trying to do our best and get at the point where everything is being asking for requirements. We can follow every rules. I don't know if you have any questions for us.
One question I had is, how will you handle the trash?
Yes, so in the back of the building, the next building, the address is 2124 South Division, which we own that building too. It's an alley on the back, so that's why we did the easement. That's how you say easement? And we just filed that this week on the deeds departments. And so we're gonna use, and that alley is not like a parking space, so we're gonna use the space there to put the big container for trash.
I appreciate the improvements that you made with the doors and the glass. That really opens it up. Can you explain why you can't add more transparency and glass along the front?
Sure. Well, when we get the building, it was the other picture, like brown color.
Yeah.
So there are restrooms on. It's a restroom. When you enter on the location,
Yeah, I saw that.
when you turn to your left, is they build the restrooms there. And it's already built, so it's gonna be so hard. Well, we have to destroy those restrooms if we wanna add those windows there. Yeah, but we changed the door with the more than 60% of visibility.
Mm-hmm.
So in that Division Avenue, the police go by every 2-3 minutes, they pass there, so it's gonna be a lot of visibility if they wanna stop or just have an eye out there. Yeah, so it will be enough visibility.
Okay.
One question I had related to the parking, you have an agreement with the church across the street, is that correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't exactly line up with that crosswalk. I'm just wondering if you have plans to like help folks get safely across Division. There's a lot of, I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of traffic.
Yes, yes. And actually, next to us is a Family Dollar, just to refer you a little bit. And it's a
Crosswalk, yeah.
crosswalk already, so you can cross safely. When usually we have a business just in front of that building. We own the business for income tax services. I've been there for 15 years. So every time we want to cross to Family Dollar, which is usually what we use when we run out of paper toilet, we have to go fast, toilet paper. So it's a really safe place to walk. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I guess I would just suggest like if you're in your agreement when people rent to
Yes.
just to make them aware of that crosswalk so that they can.
Yes,
Yeah.
and actually we attached the contract that is like a contract we gonna use, but maybe it's gonna edit something. The one we gonna use with the renters. And then we mentioned that because we have some business next to it and we don't wanna bother their parking lot. So that's gonna be really highlight in the contract saying that where they need to parking, how, if they have to cross the street, so everything that is gonna be in the contract.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open up the public hearing. If anyone would like to share any comments about this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and turn to deliberation.
I think this is a good reuse of space and will add to the community. And I do appreciate the improvements that they have made to the facade. It certainly is much better looking than it was. So I'm supportive of this project.
Yeah, I agree. While it's maybe not as continually active as we might want in a TBA, I think it will add to the vitality of this district. And yeah, want to agree with Susan that the facade improvements look good. So yeah, understanding the limitations with those restrooms right there, I think that's a great step to improve the transparency on the front. Also in support.
I do think this fills a real need in the community for a smaller event space that might be more conducive to family activities or larger meetings if it were. I don't see any issues with the transparency due to the obvious constraints with the bathrooms. I mean, we don't want windows in bathrooms. And so I'm supportive of this too.
I'm happy to make the motion if we're all ready. The parking, yes, I will bring that up. I was thinking about that myself. I don't see any issues with parking here. It's right there on Division. There's plenty of parking spaces along there, and it's public transportation is accessible there. And I also did notice when I was driving by, and here on the aerial, you can see that crosswalk there. So if there's any other discussion? Okay, great. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of Grace GR Rental LLC, Cecia Mendez and Sandy Morales to use an existing commercial space as a banquet hall without alcohol service at 2128 South Division Avenue for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the purpose and intent of the TNTBA zone district to encourage a mix of uses in a commercial area. The proposed use promotes the rehabilitation and reuse of an older building, and the South Division Corridor Plan recognizes the need for additional businesses to be located along the corridor, fostering the ability to renovate and rehabilitate existing buildings. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the building is existing and has been brought into conformance with the current site standards for the TNTBA site layout and building elements required to the furthest extent practicable. An adequate means of emergency ingress and egress at the rear of the property will be protected by a recorded easement. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will be consistent with the mixed-use nature of the neighborhood. The use will activate an underutilized site. Activity associated with the proposed use is not anticipated to impose a burden on the other uses in the area, and the proposed use is intended to serve community members within the surrounding neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed uses will be minimized because adequate parking will be provided in nearby public parking lots and on-street. The building entrances are situated to minimize effects on neighboring properties. The operator will be on the premises during events, and no alcohol will be permitted during events. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because all uses will be fully contained indoors and events will cease by 10 p.m. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the building will be appropriately accessed from the public sidewalk, and the use of the building as proposed could bring additional pedestrian traffic to this area of the neighborhood. The proposed use will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the site is currently improved with the public infrastructure capable of handling the proposed use. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the conditions of the special land use approval will limit nuisances that require police or code enforcement actions. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply. Number one, standard condition set A approvals that are up on the screen. I will read the three that were, there were three that we.
Oh, I see.
Yep. That the approval does not, number three, that the approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs will be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to the installation. Number five, that any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. And number seven, that this approval shall take effect 15 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision.
16.
Did I say 15?
You said 15.
Oh, that's weird. 16 calendar days. I'm not sure why that came out that way. That's weird. Okay, number two, that events shall cease by 10 p.m. with the premises vacated by 11 p.m. Number three, that only one event may be held at any one time. Number four, that music and dancing incidental to a private event may be permitted, but there shall be no events or ticket sales to the general public at which admission is charged at the door. Number five, that the operator or their designee shall be on premises during all events. 6, events may accommodate up to 99 guests, subject to occupancy determination by the city's building official and applicable building and fire codes. Number 7, that doors and windows shall remain closed during events. Number 8, that a building permit shall be obtained for the change of use and alterations prior to occupancy of the space. 9, that an indoor events license shall be obtained from the office of the city clerk. And number 10, that a LUDS permit shall be obtained for the addition of bollards installed on 2124 South Division Avenue to protect the rear exit door from blockage in order to maintain a clear pathway to the public way.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion?
I just want to ask a question. On number 3, it talks about signage. I was thinking that those spaces might be good spaces for artwork. Is that considered signage on the front of a building?
Not if it does not contain commercial messaging.
Okay.
So yes, they could do art without it being considered signage.
Okay, thank you.
You got something? Just a question. I think this is probably a loaded one just for another day. Number 5, number 5, that the operator of the designee shall be on premises during all events. Kind of hesitant on that one only because I'm thinking like small business owners, if you're running multiple business or if you're doing it by yourself, how can you be 2 places at one time? So a little hesitant up on that, but really the last one, that a LUTS permit should be obtained for the addition of bollards. Did I miss something there?
Why the bollards, is what
Right.
you're asking? Yep, the bollards were needed by the fire marshal because the rear access door is an emergency egress, and we need to make sure that there are not vehicles parked in front of that door that would block an emergency egress for an assembly occupancy.
Got you. I guess I'm just generally curious, what's the price point of that? Are we putting them out of business by having them install these bollards, or?
Bollards should not be terribly expensive, no.
Got you.
For the
Okay.
installation and purchase. 2 bollards, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's it.
For the number 5, if it does allow for a designee, so they could designate someone else to be kind of.
Can that designee be the renter?
Elizabeth, go ahead.
We intentionally
I think-
put that is a very intentional condition. We have in the past had an ethnic hall who they'd rent it out and they'd just give the folks the key, and it was mayhem. And there were lots of issues, and we intentionally put it in there to prevent these problems, because these folks that, if you have the responsibility of having 100 or more people in there, you need to be there to manage it. So that's why we put it in there.
Do we do that similarly for all?
I think we do it for
Those kind of
every
things.
For any banquet hall, it's in there.
Yeah, it's an accountability to make sure that whoever the leasee is of the space, that there is on-site management on behalf of the owner. And we have found that operationally and in partnership with GRPD, that when there's a point of contact, helping to make sure that the expectations of the owner through and the lease are adhered to, we have found that that is a very valuable condition for the Planning Commission to assign for the space to be operated, considering health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to 2007 South Division.
Was it?
I went to the 11:26.
Oh, no.
That's where I was last.
Oh, have a seat here.
I didn't read this.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, so we have now 2007 South Division, Bridge Street Ministries. They're requesting approval to establish a youth and community center in an existing ground floor storefront space. The subject site is zoned TN TBA, traditional business area. It's not too far away from the site we just talked about. It's also across the street from 2040 South Division, where the diatribe is going, 1944 South Division, the Four Star Theater. So we have a lot of new things happening here. What Bridge Street Ministries want to do, they want to expand upon their location on Bridge Street at 1034 Bridge Street that was granted special land use in 2019. So that's a youth and community center, and that requires special land use in this zone district. They're also asking for a waiver of all required parking. The site is addressed in the South Division Corridor Plan, and this area is generally identified as an area that designated as a node and where new investment is desired. The building's about 5,500 square feet. The two-story building, I don't think I actually have any, there we go, that's the front. The two-story building pretty much occupies the property. The upper floor is occupied by office use, and the ground floor is a traditional storefront. It used to house the when we went through the South Division planning process, this is where this is where the pop-up shop was for activities associated with that. And in fact, it looks like the graphic is still on the window there. It's the space has been rehabbed, and other than the addition of some safety film on the storefront windows, no exterior building changes are proposed, or exterior building changes. As I mentioned previously, it's going to be a use similar to what was previously approved on Bridge Street And that's at Lane, or?
Bridge and Pine.
Bridge and Pine. And the ground floor will accommodate the youth center to include a game area, seating areas, tables, workstations, and a projection screen. The open floor plan is intended to provide flexibility for, various uses. In addition to the youth center, the applicant wishes to host community events as a meeting space for those events to be held. I do want to emphasize that this is not intended to be a rental facility. I did not include that in the resolution of approval. You may wish to consider that, but I do think it is reasonable, given that they have the space, it does meet building code for assembly use, so it can actually accommodate that. So you might want to think about that. The requested hours of operation are until 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday to allow for some of those community events or meetings. I didn't include it, but we might include it as a condition of approval, setting that limit on closing time. It might help should there ever be an enforcement issue. Let's see here. The students will be transported from school to the site for after-school programming, and then taken from the site to their home. So I think that is one element here that will reduce the parking demand. We may wish to explore, and the applicant may wish to elaborate on how all that will be affected, where the students will be, where loading and unloading will occur. As I mentioned, and we might also wish to establish the number of students that will be in attendance there. There are no parking spaces on the site, but as you might recall, as we've been discussing this area frequently, there's lots of neighborhood parking and using, the on-street parking, transit, and district parking, as well as the fact that the applicant will be shuttling attendees to and from the site, they are eligible for a parking waiver. We have received several letters of input or of support from Garfield Park Neighborhood Association and the Burton Heights Business Association, and the applicant can talk about any further engagement. So in sum, we're looking at a youth and community center at 2007 South Division. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions for her? All right, then we'll invite the applicant up.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Good to see a couple of you again. It's been a couple of years since I've seen you. I want to speak maybe just to kind of the heart of what we want to do, and then maybe address a couple of kind of logistical questions that you might have. When Elizabeth and I were talking about this early on, and she was asking about what we wanted to do, as you've heard, I referred her to our Bridge Street location, which some of you may be familiar with. 1034 Bridge Street, we converted an old liquor store and pawn shop into a youth center. And we took an approach there where we started with kind of core programming that we do with youth, but we also had a desire to really activate that space as a community partner. We're going to be taking a similar approach in this space on South Division. We'll start with our core programming with youth, but we really do have a desire to be a part of the activation of that space and some of this exciting momentum that you hear about in the community there. What that will be is to be determined, because we need to get to know the neighborhood a bit more. But similar with our Bridge Street location, that space, if you're familiar with that space, is now activated, 7 days a week, morning to evening, with good quality, positive community interaction. We've got a cafe in there. We may do something similar, which is an allowable use at the 2007 site. We'd love to explore with some partners, maybe a cafe in there. But those are some of the community events beyond core youth programming that we want to do. We would not want to compete at all with the other applicants or other people in the community that are doing similar work. This will not be a rental facility. People that are looking for that sort of facility, we would refer to others that are providing that space. We would provide space for, again, similar to what we do on Bridge Street, community partners. Steepletown Ministries uses our space for some of their activities. Grand Rapids Community Foundation used it for a youth event. Things of that nature, things that would be in line with the work that we do, and that would be a community benefit. So those are some of the kind of the events that we would talk about doing. Just talk a little bit about some of the logistics. We will be installing surveillance cameras for safety, front and back. As Elizabeth said, we'll be transporting students to and from the site. And so this will be a very controlled environment. This is not just a free-for-all for kids to come. Our student load will be limited at maximum to 15 students to one paid staff, so we will have paid staff on site with students at all time. And so the capacity of students really is dependent on how many staff we can have with those students. And when they're in there, we have a program that they're a part of, so this is a controlled environment for the students. And also just want to say, you know, our desire, we want to activate that space, but we also want to highlight the importance of youth development in a vibrant community. And that's why we're excited about this space as a prominent space where we can really elevate the value and the potential of youth to be a part of the revitalization and the vibrancy of a community. So I think that's all I need to share. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Can you remind me what age of youth you serve?
So our current program is specifically middle school. So the model that we have, we work alongside GRPS middle schools.
Okay.
So we'll be partnering with Burton Middle School.
Great, thank you.
Yep. My name is Ryan Walkus.
Any other questions for Ryan? Okay, thank you.
You guys are making it easy on me. Thank you.
And then we'll open up the public hearing for this case. Anyone who would like to share their thoughts on it, please come up to the microphone, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to deliberation.
I don't have any qualms about this project, and just want to add, you know, we're seeing a number of developments for the Burton Division area that I think is going to be powerful as a catalyst for revitalizing this neighborhood. I also have to say, I love this building and all the glass and, you know, how that'll interact with the community. And I also love the ceiling, although we have nothing to say about that per zoning rules.
Yeah, I agree. This space was really fun when it was activated for the South Division corridor plan, so I'm excited to see it activated again. In terms of the parking, I'm comfortable with a full waiver based on their plan to shuttle students to and from, and also just it's directly in front of a BRT bus stop here. So. Yeah, I'm in support of this project as well. And happy to make a motion unless there's more discussion.
Could we have Kristen just remind us what the safety film on the...
Oh, yes, thank you.
Probably asked staff to come back up. I wasn't part of that conversation. I'm sorry, I neglected to elaborate on that. I believe in the application, the applicant said really the only thing that they plan on doing to the exterior is the addition of safety film. I believe the safety film helps prevent, it
it helps the glass if it's broken, right?
Shatterproof.
It's right. And I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be transparent.
Thank you for that. Yeah, when you went over it, and I forgot to ask about it, so I appreciate that.
I support.
Okay, ready. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Bridge Street Ministries, Ryan Walkus, to establish a youth and community center in an existing ground floor storefront at 2007 South Division Avenue for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the business district, contribute to a mix of uses in a commercial area, and align with the recommendation of the South Division Corridor Plan for adaptive reuse of existing building stock. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because the site currently conforms to the TNTBA site layout and building element requirements. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. It will put an existing underutilized building back into productive use. The community focus use will contribute to revitalization of the district. Sorry. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because adequate parking is available on street and in district lots located directly west of the property, and the building entrances are appropriately oriented to the site. And the students participating in activities will be transported through different means and is also has great transit access. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter because no outdoor or late evening activities will be conducted. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the building was constructed with pedestrian orientation and no changes are proposed. The proposed use will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the use is not anticipated to create nuisances that will require additional city services. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the proposed use will bring a vacant building back into productive use and will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all other state laws. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions that A, approvals is shown on the screen. 2, that the use shall comply with Section 5.6.8.h.5.d, which requires that no window covering or screening shall cover more than 25% of windows or doors that are used to meet transparency requirements. And 3, that any safety film installed on the storefront windows shall be transparent.
Support.
Were we going to add hours of operation into this discussion? No?
The hours of operation, sometimes we do regurgitate them in the conditions just for clarity to the applicant, but it is already inherent in the application, and you're approving it per plans and application, so it sometimes is a bit redundant. We didn't find it necessary this time.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Our next case is zoning text amendments, and before we dive into that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. All right, our next case is zoning text amendments. Director Turkelson.
All right, thank you, Commission. Today we have scheduled the public hearing on proposed text amendments. Majority of the text amendments relate to the housing policy changes that we've been discussing for the past several months, since last July, actually. There are some additional amendments that are included in your packet that are really intended for clarity or cleanup. So I'm going to focus my presentation on the housing amendments, and certainly if you have any questions relative to the other amendments, staff and I can assist with that. I'm going to go through some of this that you've already seen just to set the stage for how did we get here, why are we here, and give a summary of the proposed amendments. You'll recall at your last meeting, we did go through every red line version of the amendments for your consideration, but certainly if we need to delve back into the specifics, we can do that. Here today, I have a number of my colleagues that are going to assist me. Ryan Kilpatrick from Housing Next will be part of this presentation as he can speak to the needs assessment that was created, as well as some of the market and demographic trends that we've seen. Mobile GR, assessing, building department, the rapid, my economic development. Yep, economic development's here as well. So we decided that we have an all hands on deck. So if there are questions that I'm not able to answer, I feel confident that my colleagues will be able to step up and assist me. All right, so going back a little bit, over the past several years, the city has worked with Kent County and embarked upon a housing needs assessment. That was completed initially back in 2020, and it was updated in 2023. No surprise, the need got greater, and so we continue to recognize that there could be some additional work that was needed. Zoning reform is a conversation that probably most every community is having across the state, in that we have a critical need for housing, and it's important that we look at what tools we have available to address that need. So there's quite a bit of research that city staff has done through most conferences that we've attended, both at the state and national level. There's a lot of conversation in the planning world about zoning reform. And so a lot of the conversations or the recommendations that we have before us today, or before you today, are informed by that research that has been done, some best practices around the country that might be tailored to the city of Grand Rapids, and also some zoning reform kits that have come out at the state level. So there's been quite a bit of conversation that we've seen in your packet, in your letter, and it was also something that we talked about initially. It's like, well, we're currently in the middle, or maybe 2/3 of the way through our community master plan. So why aren't we waiting for that? And we had that conversation right from the beginning, and the answer was that we have a critical need for housing. We need it sooner than later. And we've decided that the master planning process would not yield changes for another couple of years, even from now. We don't anticipate adoption of that plan until the fall of this year. And then, of course, there will be a year or two of an adoption process, namely through the rewrite of the zoning ordinance. But I think it's important that we do understand that there is alignment between what we're talking about today with the recommendations and what has already been coming up through the 3 rounds of the master plan that we've already completed. I think it's...
Continue the conversation by following up.
Sorry. That's okay. I think it's also important to note, and I've included this in your packet, is that within the request for proposal that was sent out, and within the contract that was signed with Planning Next, the consulting firm that we hired to work on our community master plan with us, there was language in that was approved by our steering committee, by the Planning Commission, and by the City Commission that talked about the fact that there might be opportunities to pull forward some housing solutions in the short term. So this is not necessarily something that we hadn't been thinking about for several years. I think that RFP went out back in, I think it was 2022. So going back to what have we heard through the community master plan, through round 1, that was the big ideas, where we went out to the community and asked about their hopes and dreams, their big ideas, and you can see on the slide some of those emerging trends. We were hearing about the need for housing, all types, all price points. There was a lot of conversation or community feedback about looking at our transportation systems, and specifically about parking. And of course, there's a variety of thoughts and feelings on what that should look like, but the overall message is that the city might need to do something different than what we currently have. And we're doing that, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But we also asked, if we're going to if we know we need housing, where does it go? So one of the exercises that we did through the round 1 engagement was to have a large map and ask people to sticky dot, where do they think additional housing should go? If we're going to look at increase or infill housing and higher densities, where would the community like to see that happen? And you can see that the vast majority of the community that participated in this exercise looked to maybe more higher volume corridors, street corridors, where the density should go. And so that then also informs the later conversation that we'll have relative to multifamily and looking at our network residential and our link residential streets. Round 2 was where we took a deeper dive, really looking at developing our vision, values, and goals. What we heard on the housing when we envision the future, we really wanted to promote single-family housing, promote single-family ownership, encouraging mixed-use housing types, encouraging diverse and affordable housing, including ADUs, apartments, and townhomes, allowing higher density on certain corridors. So you can see some of those themes, or what we heard during round 2, also aligns with the conversations that we've had more recently relative to these proposed amendments. So going back a little bit to this particular process, where have we been? Back in April of 2023, Ryan Kilpatrick provided the City Commission with an update on the housing needs assessment. At that time, City Commission requested from the Planning Commission a recommendation of what we could do now to bring forward housing policy changes. So that was your charge. That's what started the conversation. And that, as Planning Commission, is your responsibility to advise the City Commission on land use recommendations and changes. In July, we had a joint meeting with the City Commission where we talked about, where we made sure that we had alignment. If we're going to talk about housing policy changes, what are the buckets or what are the topics by which both commissions are comfortable with? And those conversations, or those categories, continue through today, and we can align each of these changes with those topics. On July 11th was a presentation to the Committee of the Whole. I'm sorry, clearly a little bit nervous. July 11th was a presentation to the Committee of the Whole where I provided City Commission with a starting point and received general consensus on, yes, that sounds good, and that really helped inform what we brought forward to the joint meeting that I've just spoken about. So through the later summer months, staff worked hard to pull together some research. I think we inundated you with a lot of articles that I know that you read because that came through in a lot of the conversations that we had earlier. And so in September, we brought forward we started having the conversation about accessory dwelling units and unrelated occupants. And that conversation was informed by the research that we had done, the zoning reform that has been taking place, and asked for some direction from the Planning Commission as to what your expectations would be when we brought forward actual proposed text amendments. November 9th, we did something very similar, but focused the discussion on group living uses and specifically around SROs or single-room occupants, as well as emergency or transitional shelters. We also talked about infill housing opportunities and parking. And it was infill housing around some small-scale multifamily and duplexes. On January 11th, the Planning Commission reviewed draft proposed language, and that's where we went through the red line versions of what is being brought forward. And then today, very clearly, we're at the hearing on those proposed changes. Going back to our joint meeting on July 13th, this was a slide that should look familiar to you because we went through it to make sure, like, what do we agree on as a city or as the two commissions? We were in agreement that we need all housing at all price points, that every neighborhood does need to allow for some change, that we wanted to use our vital streets or transportation plan to help inform the land use changes. We understood that there's likely going to be an impact to traffic, that it will likely increase traffic, but an acknowledgement also that it is not going to be exceeding the capacity of our streets. We also needed to talk about an incremental approach, that best practice from a planning perspective is that we move forward incrementally, we assess, and then we continue to move forward again and make changes as needed. We also need to acknowledge that zoning reform in and of itself is not going to solve the housing shortage, that this is but one tool that the city has, before us that we have clearly very strong control over, but there's other tools in our toolbox that we also need to look at, and a lot of those tools largely lie with community development, economic development, and Ryan Kilpatrick's work. We talked about the data specifically that within the 2003 assessment, the City of Grand 2023, assessment, we quantified it, about 14,000 housing units. That is an average of 2,800 units per year. And since 2015, the city's averaged 538 new units. So we are grossly underproducing the number of units to keep up with the stated need within the assessment. We also we broke that data out a little bit further, and what we know is that the types of housing within that 538 number, we are largely producing large multi-unit complexes, and so of 20 or more units. That has an impact, both, of course, to a neighborhood scale and character when we're talking about 20-plus unit complexes. It also requires significant capitalization by the development. And by those kinds of issues that are tied to this model that our ordinance is currently supporting also makes it much more difficult for our local community who may wish to enter into the development world by not really providing space for small-scale development for individuals who wish to start. So this is that analysis that I've mentioned about how zoning is going to work with a lot of other things. And so this is but one tool that we're narrowing in on. We know that land costs, of course, have an impact here. Construction costs, of course. There's financing challenges. There's economic development incentives. But the way that equation is currently adding up is equaling large-scale development within the city. There's very limited opportunity for us to add duplexes or fourplexes, that missing middle style home that tends also to be a more affordable solution. So here were the topics or the categories that we looked at with City Commission. We want to increase housing supply, we want to diversify housing types, and we want to increase housing affordability. Zoning does not have the ability to control cost of rentals or price points. That is a state law, so there are some limitations. These solutions here are largely focused on adding supply, and Ryan can better articulate how that supply can affect or does affect affordability and stabilization of markets. But the zoning in and of itself does not have the ability to only permit certain housing types, for example, tied to an affordability component. But these were the categories. We talked about accessory dwelling units, streamlining the process, looking at some of the regulatory structure that we currently have, looking at unrelated occupants. Currently, in a dwelling unit, only 4 unrelated occupants can reside together, looking at the opportunity to increase that and what impact that would be. Group living uses, I've mentioned that that's a broad category in the ordinance, so we're really focused on SROs and transitional shelters. Also looking at allowing some small scale of those group living uses within our residential zone districts where they're currently not permitted. Looking at small scale infill, streamlining the review process for, now we know, less than 6 units, connecting to our vital streets plan, and also looking at our dimensional requirements for residential housing. And then lastly, the 5th category was about parking. Many of these solutions of the 4 previous categories simply cannot work if we're not also prepared to look at our parking requirements. We can't say that we're okay with a 4-unit complex and then expect to carry forward 1.5 to 2 parking spaces per unit. It doesn't fit on the lot sizes that we have. And if we continue to require such parking requirements, then we're going to have greater impact on the neighborhood pattern that we know is also important. And that goes back to one of the agreements that we can't have changes that affect good planning policy. So thank you, Brian. He helped prepare this graphic for us. At the last Planning Commission meeting, we had a little bit of additional work that was needed relative to the height and setback requirements in the ordinance. So you'll note that those have been adjusted in the version that's before you today, and specifically allowing detached accessory dwelling units to go up to the 25-foot mark, 25-foot height mark, and Ryan can help that if further clarity is needed. But in general, the summary of the proposed changes streamline the review process and allow accessory dwelling units within the city to be a permitted use or a by right use, meaning that it's at a staff level review. It would not go before the Planning Commission unless there was waivers, if you will, or modifications needed to that regulatory structure. We proposed removing the owner occupancy requirement, modifying the height and setback requirements for detached accessory dwelling units, allowing accessory ADUs in association with single and 2-family. Currently, they're only permitted in association with a single family, and eliminating the parking requirement for an ADU. Moving on to unit occupancy, I mentioned currently our definition of a family limits an unrelated occupancy to 4. As proposed, we would allow up to 6 unrelated occupants in each dwelling unit. Group living requirements, I broke this out between the SROs and the transitional shelter because it's complex, it's meaty, so I thought it would help to have a slide dedicated to each. So for the single room occupants or the SROs, we're looking at modifying the definition, allowing small scale SROs in residential zone districts. They are currently not permitted, but providing a tiered review process for that. So you can see on the right-hand side is a screenshot of the red lines that's before you. Looking at if there's 6 or fewer units, allowing them as permitted uses in residential zone districts. If there's 7 to 12 units, allowing it as a special land use. And anything 13 or more units either is not permitted in our TNLDR zone district or requires a special land use in our MDR zone district. Requiring a good neighbor plan when it's permitted as a special land use. That's something that should look familiar with especially our cannabis uses and some of our alcohol-related uses. We're finding good success helping to encourage building relationships between the development or the owner and the neighborhood. And then looking at an increase in tenancy. Currently, it's 32 days for tenancy periods, and our recommendation is that if we're going to be allowing SROs and viewing them more as a permanent housing solution, and we're going to be more flexible with where we allow them, then we should increase the tenancy period to 90 days. Back to transitional emergency shelters. We are recommending pretty significant changes to this as well, in that allowing small-scale shelters within residential zone districts. In all cases, transitional emergency shelters would require a special land use when located in a residential zone district. I think from reading some of the public comment, there may have been a misunderstanding of that. They are not permitted uses. They would be special land uses in a residential zone district. The chart on the right-hand side of the screen, I think, helps break that out a little bit. We're also looking at additional use regulations. So looking at, again, tying the scale of the use to the particular street segment. So if, for example, there was 7 to 12 adults in an emergency shelter, when it's located on a neighborhood residential street, there must be at least 1 acre of parcel size. Conversely, if it's on a cross-town connector street, which is a higher volume street that's defined in the Vital Streets Plan, then it could be less than 1 acre, still requiring a special land use from the Planning Commission. And so what our attempt was is to look at larger properties in residential zone districts, which in most cases are utilized for institutional uses or religious institutions, and looking at ways that we could provide residential uses to some of those properties when the existing structures might not be conducive to traditional residential development such as a multifamily. So providing greater flexibility there. If there's 13 or more adults, it would be a special land use. Same expectation relative to the street typology location, but adding an additional requirement that there's a separation distance between the uses. I'll also note there's still the same regulatory structure in place for this use within the commercial zone district. No changes are proposed there. Moving on to small-scale residential, this was one of the easier amendments to draft, yet the most complicated and impactful amendment, I think, that we're putting forward in terms of producing supply, housing supply. So this particular amendment is only specific to the TN-LDR zone district. And you can see the image on the right-hand side of your screen highlights the location, the geographic location that we're talking about, our TN, our traditional neighborhood classification. So within that neighborhood, we are proposing to reduce the lot area and width requirements for two-family and I'm going to say small-scale multifamily, meaning 6 or fewer units. We'd permit multifamily of 6 or fewer units by right when located, or staff level, when it's located on a link residential or a network residential street as defined in our Vital Streets Plan. I'll show you that map on the next slide. Eliminating the established or median lot area and width requirement. So again, it's allowing those smaller lots to be used for greater density. And this would also allow for the conversion of existing or two-family housing stock to a higher density. And so that's an important distinction because that's currently not something that the city has permitted with the 2008 ordinance. So I just wanted to be transparent about what that would allow for. I think it's important to note with this amendment, though, despite the proposal to modify lot width and area requirement, there is still the requirements in place for setbacks, building setbacks that are unchanged from today. We're not proposing changes. We're not proposing changes to the green space requirement, and we're also not proposing changes to the density allowance. So in the TN-LDR zone district, there's still a requirement of 2,000 square feet of lot area for every dwelling unit. Okay, so that is still in place. That will also help control density. So even though it may be a permitted use by what you're seeing on the screen, if the lot can't support, if it's not 12,000 square feet, it can't support if it's not 12,000 square feet, it can't support 6 dwelling units. I am not very good at math, I'm sorry. And so I think that that's an important reminder as we move through this that might have not been clear when you simply look at these changes here. So this is an image of our Vital Streets plan. And again, we are specifically focused in almost all cases on the link residential and the network residential. As an aside, city staff is working on the creation of a public-facing map that will be searchable by address. So that way, if you have a question about what is 1120 Monroe, is that located on what type of street segment, you could search that and up would pop the aerial image with the parcel information and identify what street segment that is located on. So you can see that the focus was the medium green and the heavier green line weights that are dedicated or designated, as higher volume streets. And within the Vital Streets plan, there was a recognition that there were a greater housing typology, a mix of housing types located along those streets, and a recognition that non-residential uses, specifically like social services or institutional uses, would be appropriately located on those streets. So the proposed infill small-scale residential changes do not apply to the neighborhood residential street types, which are those light green weights. The last category of the recommendation is specific to parking reductions. So as proposed, we are proposing that we eliminate parking requirements for developments of 6 or fewer dwelling units when those units are located on link residential or network residential streets. As an aside, we'd also like to modify the distance to transit for waivers. Currently, in order to be eligible for a parking reduction or a parking waiver from staff or planning commission, that transit stop has to be located 300 feet. And through best practices, conversations with the Rapid and our friends in Mobile GR, 300 feet is really not a distance that is recognized nationally as something that I think is it's too short. And so we're increasing that distance to a half mile. So that would allow greater flexibility or utilization of the parking reduction. It's really critical that when we think about parking reductions, we think about a couple of things. One is this does not mean that a development cannot add parking to their development, okay? It's more of the city is not imposing a requirement for the minimum parking. There is still a maximum parking requirement that is in the ordinance. I think it's important to note that we made that change in the city center zone district back in, I think it was 2015. And to date, not a single development has gone in without private parking being added to the development. And so there has been some infill and such that have made it easier, but no new development has gone in without the addition of parking. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Of course, there's market-driven requirements, but there's also financing requirements. And so it's simply the city taking a step out of that equation and not having a separate expectation about what is necessary. And again, with our current lot sizes, the importance that we've placed on our patterns of development, suggesting that we can make these changes without an elimination of parking or a significant reduction of parking doesn't work. And also, the city and the Rapid are also much further along in our mobility journey than what we were previously. We've got the Dash, we've got Rapid, the Rapid, we've got different mobility options through scooter and electric bikes. And so there's a lot of different options and choices that are available to try to encourage and support a mode shift rather than solely relying on the vehicle. So again, it's not thinking about this in isolation of this one zoning amendment. These work in partnership with other efforts that this city and the Rapid have in place. So in conclusion, we are proposing zoning amendments that focus on increasing housing supply and housing types. That we believe that this is an incremental approach, albeit I recognize that this is a significant shift from what we were talking about back in 2002 with our master plan, as well as the implementation work back in 2008. These recommendations are informed by state and national zoning reform, but they are tailored to the city of Grand Rapids. These align with the recommendations of past work that we've done, past planning work. In 2015, we did great housing strategies. In 2018, we did a Housing Now work. And then also the current community master plan that is in progress. There are absolutely trade-offs. It may be more difficult to find a parking space out in front of your home. And so if we remain focused on housing and prioritizing people in need for housing over proximity to your vehicle, then these are the trade-offs that we have to consider. And that also a reminder that these amendments are working in conjunction with other efforts. So with that, I'm going to ask Ryan if he'd be willing to come up. Or maybe I'm not asking. Ryan, would you please come up and provide a little bit more detail relative to the housing needs assessment that we've had, and also taking a look at some of our demographic and market trends that I think are really important for us to understand. So Ryan provided quite a bit of narrative that was included in my staff report, but I think it would be helpful for him to state some of that here, and of course, we'll both be available for questions.
Thanks, Kristen. Great presentation, by the way. Well done. So a lot of this data isn't super new to you, but I just wanted to do a quick refresh. Housing needs assessment was completed in 2022 and released in early 2023 that found a need for roughly 14,000 additional units in the city of Grand Rapids. And over the most recent 2 to 3 year time period, we've seen census data that has shown a slight population decline in the city of Grand Rapids. And getting to read some of the public comments that have been submitted already, some really good questions have been posed about, well, wait a second, if we see a modest population decline, how could we need more housing units, right? And I think that that's a really appropriate question to be tackling, and to understand the demographic trends that underlie the need for housing, despite the fact that we have seen a slight decline in population. And so in the memo that I submitted, you should see a little graph, and I'm sorry I didn't prepare slides for today, but there's a graph that shows an increase in total households, even despite a small decline in population. And so what's happening there is, think about my family. My parents are kind of the early end of the baby boomers. They're in their mid-70s. My sister and I are in our early 40s. And 20 years ago, we all lived in the same house together. There were 4 people in one house. And then over the course of about 3 or 4 years, my sister and I moved out, but stayed in the same city. So we didn't add to the population, but we were suddenly consuming 2 more homes in the city, right? So population stays the same, but suddenly we need 3 homes for what we previously only need 1 home to house the same number of people. So we're seeing that play out across the city right now. We might have been kind of early in our generation. I'm an old millennial, or I'm an old millennial or a young Gen Xer, right on the cusp. But we're seeing that all over the place, where young adults are finally moving out of their parents' homes, but they now need to consume housing in the marketplace that doesn't exist. And so they're out there competing with low-income households, with moderate-income households, with each other, with baby boomers who want to downsize because they're like, the kids are out of the house and we're ready to not have to take care of 3,000 square feet and a lawn and kind of all of the rest. And so we have these demographic forces that have lots of different households out there looking for the same kind of housing supply. Now, simultaneous to that, what we've seen over the last 15 years is a shift toward more walkable, amenity-rich neighborhoods. The more stuff you have in a neighborhood, the more desirable it becomes for a lot of people to move into. That makes those neighborhoods more expensive when there's not enough housing to go around. And so when you have more people who want to live in the neighborhood, then you have homes available to house them. The natural market forces push prices up. And so what we're going to continue to see is those neighborhoods where we have lots of amenities, where we have shops and restaurants and cafes and libraries and museums and all the things, more people are going to want to continue to live there. Now, simultaneously, we've got neighborhoods where we haven't been able to get that kind of investment, where we don't have lots of retail and restaurant amenities. And so we're not seeing the same price pressure in those neighborhoods. And so part of the challenge here is thinking about how do we get more equitable distribution of investment across the city, not just in a handful of pockets. And simultaneously, where we have that investment activity, how do we continue to allow for more residential housing? So one of the last things that I want to talk about is what the city has done really well over the last 20 years, and that's been allowing for more large-scale and moderate-scale multifamily housing on the corridors. And so we've seen a lot of projects from great construction firms and great developers building 40 to 60, sometimes up to 100 units at a time on some of those major corridors. And the zoning ordinance has been very well tailored to do that, and you all approved an amendment just about a year ago allowing for 4 stories by right and ground floor residential. And those were big improvements to the zoning ordinance that was already pretty darn good in terms of allowing for that large-scale multifamily. What we have at this particular moment in the economy is high interest rates and high construction costs that make those large-scale multifamily products really difficult to get financed in today's environment. So we don't have a decrease in demand for additional housing units, but we do have more complications in terms of how much more of that big multi-unit kind of apartment projects are we able to get financed in the near term. Now, hopefully interest rates will continue to creep down over the next couple of years and we can focus more investments there. But the other big challenge as it relates to those big multifamily projects is who gets to participate in the process of generating wealth and the process of doing development in our neighborhoods. And broadly, most of us are boxed out of those kinds of projects because they're so expensive, because you have to raise so much money to build a 40-unit or a 50-unit apartment complex. Most of us don't get to participate in that. And so part of what the value of allowing for more missing middle housing typologies, the accessory dwelling units, is it levels the playing field for folks who say, you know what, I can't go raise $4 million from investors, but I think I can pull $30,000 out of an IRA and invest in an accessory dwelling unit, get a home equity line of credit, take out a second mortgage. Those are opportunities for a lot more homeowners, especially our moderate and lower income homeowners who have owned their homes for 20 years, who are kind of stuck where they are, right? Because if they sell now, all they're going to do is buy into a more expensive home with a higher interest rate. And so the opportunity there is to allow many of our homeowners to get much more flexible in terms of what they can do. And really what I'm thinking about is our older homeowners who maybe no longer can go upstairs. And so they feel like, I haven't been upstairs in 5 years. But if I had some help in getting a loan to put an accessory dwelling unit or a secondary unit upstairs, that might help me to keep up on, if I still have a mortgage payment, my mortgage payments or my tax payments, or just have a little bit of extra income over time. Being able to do that by right instead of having to go through this long, laborious process is valuable, right? If you as a homeowner have ever gone through the process of trying to figure out, like, what are the steps I have to take? Who do I have to hire? How much is it going to cost me to go through this whole process? It's daunting, and it doesn't feel like it's necessarily designed for you to be successful. And so I think a lot of what has been proposed is very helpful to allowing the average homeowner or the average property owner to be able to get through that process in a more streamlined fashion while still keeping some controls and checks in place so that we're not going to get a ton of development. And so on that last point, we're not going to get a ton of development. I think we also have to be mindful of the existing economics. Allowing for conversion of existing single-family homes or the creation of new small-scale multifamily still isn't a panacea, right? It doesn't solve all of our housing challenges. We're not going to suddenly build 14,000 housing units because of these amendments. Economics are still at play. Local culture is still at play, right? I think there are a lot of property owners and homeowners today who say, I don't really want somebody else living on my property. And so I'm not going to create a duplex or an ADU, even though I have the right to do it. So conservatively, I think we would be thrilled if we get roughly a 1% participation rate over the next 5 years. So we currently have about 76,000 dwelling units in the city of Grand Rapids. About 42,000 of those are owner occupied. If 1% of property owners said, ooh, good, we can add units to our property. If we got 1% to take this up, that would be super valuable in my opinion. Those would be housing units and types that probably aren't going to get built by traditional developers because there's not enough margin there. But when it's a homeowner or a small scale landlord saying, you know what, incrementally I think I can afford to do this, we're opening up the aperture in terms of the number of units that can get built. But what I don't expect you to see is this flood of new development and investment that occurs in the neighborhood. In some ways, as much as I wish that might happen, it's not likely to happen given current economics, given construction costs, given labor shortages, and just still the remaining challenge of these things. And so I think Kristen said it well. What you're likely to see is a slow scale uptake of this. It's going to happen incrementally over time. And this isn't necessarily opening the box too wide that you can't kind of start to close it a little bit if you feel like, oh gosh, we got more participation in this than we expected. So I think with that, yeah, I'll leave it there.
So thank you, Ryan. So with that, I'm done my presentation. Of course, I'm available for questions and may need to punt to other city staff as necessary. For next steps, this is your public hearing. Planning Commission has, if you feel like additional changes are needed, you have every right to table and ask staff to continue the work, in which case we would bring it back to you at a subsequent meeting, depending on the extent of the changes. Otherwise, we'd be looking for a recommendation to carry forward to the City Commission. Thank you.
I have one question, and I apologize because it does get into the weeds of the redlined copy of this. But we talked last meeting about removing the minimum of the 400 square feet required for an ADU, which has been done in the redline copy, but then it appears that 400 square feet has been added so an ADU shall not exceed 40% of the gross floor area or 400 square feet, whichever is larger. So I guess I'm curious about why that change was made.
Well, I was part of that problem, so I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability. I had the opportunity to sit down and help wade through some of this last week. And one of the things that we ran into is Grand Rapids does have a number of like post-war neighborhoods that have really small scale residential. So some of them are less than 700 square feet. A lot of them are 750 to 850 square feet. And so when you do 40% of that, you end up getting a unit that's so small that it doesn't really work. So the intent was that a 400 square foot unit is still going to be subordinate. It's not a duplex. It's still an ADU, but trying not to zone entire neighborhoods out of opportunity, I think was the intent of that.
Got it. I'm on board. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. No, good question.
We got some comments on the eliminating owner occupancy requirement with ADUs. Do either of you have any thoughts or perspectives on that you could share?
I mean, I think allowing for an ADU on a non-owner occupied property is very similar to allowing for small-scale multifamily, right? So adding that one additional unit makes a difference for the individual or the household that gets to live there. If it's owned by a non-owner occupant, you're going to have the exact same standards that you would have of any other rental property in the city of Grand Rapids. I'm not sure it really makes a big difference to have an owner occupant versus a non-owner occupant when it comes to enforcement. I think city community development staff does the same thing in terms of enforcement if you've got a nuisance happening. I think the big difference is, do the neighbors feel like they have a relationship with the person who owns the property? And do they feel like they can go knock on the door and ask questions or ask for something to change? And I think, building those relationships is the important part.
I don't know if I'm allowed to just answer these things because I don't think it's supposed to be my job. But one place that I've run into this in the past is with some of the nonprofits in town that are trying to, like working on homelessness and trying to house less fortunate individuals. Sometimes they already own properties that could benefit from an ADU, but the nonprofit, because I asked, an agent of the nonprofit didn't count as owner occupied. So they weren't able to increase their mission on existing properties. So there's also an opportunity for those nonprofits by changing that language.
Lastly, I would add that the ability to use a property with an accessory dwelling unit when and if maybe the owner built it, and when they go to sell, if there is that owner occupancy requirement in place, it automatically limits the availability or the resale of that property because of the limited pool of potential buyers.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, thank you both. And then we'll open up the public hearing. For anyone who would like to comment, please make your way up to the microphone and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. And if you're willing to spell your last name, if it's an unusual last name, our recording secretary would appreciate that.
There we go. Is it on now? All right. My name is Brian Cody. I think that's pretty easy to spell. Yeah. C-O-D-Y. Yeah. All right. My name is Brian. I'm here on behalf of the Heritage Hill Association. I'm currently serving as the association's president. We did submit a letter, and I would like to read that aloud. Dear Planning Commissioners, it is our understanding that during the summer of 2023, the Planning Commission was asked by the City Commissioners to expedite a solution to the housing crisis that is occurring nationwide and to which Grand Rapids is not immune. This issue affects many residents and neighbors, including our own, and Heritage Hill Association stands ready to play a constructive role in shaping the solution. It is from this perspective that we request the following. 1, that the Planning Commission provide, in its recommendations to the City Commission, A, an impact study to the potential ramifications of the proposed changes on current long-term residents and affordability of housing to include examples of success as well as failure from elsewhere. Ask the question, what are some lessons we can learn from other cities, like Minneapolis, that have successfully embarked on similar zoning changes? And B, a statement elaborating on how other Grand Rapids city departments are working to address the housing crisis. We are told that zoning reform will not independently solve the housing shortage. What is the context within which the planning department is working to address the challenge? 2, that the Planning Commission hold a minimum of 4 dedicated public engagement sessions to detail the 2 items above, allowing the community to ask questions and better understand the proposed ordinances. These sessions should occur before/after the workday and on weekends, if necessary, to ensure broad stakeholder participation and easy access to information. HHA would be happy to partner with the city to help engage our stakeholders and those of our neighborhoods. 3, that the Planning Commission delay its decision on the proposed ordinance changes until after the completion of the Community Master Plan. Lastly, we also wish to remind the Planning Commission that on November 10th, 1988, the Planning Commission recognized the HHA Neighborhood Master Plan as a reference guide for decisions which affect the future of the neighborhood. And we ask the city to consider the plan's policies in its decision pertaining to planning and zoning within the Heritage Hill Historic District. In particular, the purpose of the HHA Master Plan is threefold. Number 1, to guide decisions by city boards and departments which will directly affect the neighborhood, especially zoning, historic preservation, traffic, housing code enforcement, and police protection. 2, to set an agenda for the HHA to continue its work in improving the quality of life in the neighborhood. And 3, to provide guidance to residents and property owners in the neighborhood who wish to improve their properties and provide for the necessities of present-day living in ways which are sensitive to the predominantly residential and historic character of the district. Can I just finish, or, yeah? Presently, HHA finds its master plan in conflict and incompatible with the proposed zoning ordinance amendments to various sections of Chapter 61 of the City Code which seek to modify regulations pertaining to 1, accessory dwelling units, 2, unrelated occupants, 3, group living uses, and single occupancy and transitional is highlighted in there. 4, small-scale residential infill. 5, residential parking requirements. And as such, HHA cannot provide meaningful guidance to our residents and owners, which we believe is crucial to a successful implementation of these proposed policies. Thank you. Signed myself, Brian Cody, and on behalf of the Heritage Hill Association.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Wise. I am a resident of Ward 1 and a resident of the West Grand neighborhood. I don't have a lot to say that wasn't really already covered in Kristen's presentation, but I just have a couple points in support of the zoning amendments. One, the loosening of parking requirements and the expansion of by right sixplex construction, the deregulation of ADUs, all of that will go a long way toward allowing new and varied housing typologies to be built here in Grand Rapids. And it will, a long way, but it will help support kind of our journey of meeting the housing deficit that we had, 14,000 units here in Grand Rapids, 35,000 in Kent County. That's a lot. We better start building. This is by 2027, by the way. Also, two, perhaps the best of both worlds, contrary to a lot of fear that is being thrown about how these changes will affect neighborhoods, the sort of mid-density that is being prescribed in these amendments is the exact kind of gentle density that people are often asking for when projects go in front of you guys of the 3- and 4-story double-loaded corridor variety. These will actually, the advantage of a lot of these, especially with the reduced parking requirements, is that a lot of these new multiplex developments can be built on single lots rather than having to take up multiple lots. A lot softer of a transition into density for neighborhoods. And 3, my third point is that these changes, allowing more density in the neighborhoods, will help to support our transit system, and our transit system will vice versa help to support our residents. Car ownership is super expensive. I don't own a car myself because I don't think I could live the lifestyle I want to live while also owning a car in Grand Rapids and make ends meet. I bike to get most places and take the bus. So being able to choose more affordable transit options is just super important. And with those points, once again, I want to express my unequivocal support for the proposed zoning text amendments. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Dane Gates. I'm a resident of the Baxter community, and I would like to say, sorry. I would like to say that it's critical that the housing crisis is addressed rapidly, but it's even more crucial that it's done well. And accessory dwelling units provide an additional approach to the current housing crisis. Housing stability being a major concern of unhoused residents, I feel owner occupancy residing in accessory dwelling units contributes to community long-term stability, which is critical to housing. Regarding more than 4 unrelated people residing in a residence, it has been my personal lived experience that this creates an environment of a revolving door. It's whoever has the rent. That is not stable, and it's not good for any individual that lives that way. And that's adding stress to existing neighborhoods who are perhaps struggling with housing. Parking has become a strain on existing neighborhoods, streets, and is often a concession during the development process. I've lived in my house, I figured it out, 39 years. I've never seen more cars on my street since I've lived there. My friend was giving me a ride the other day. There were so many cars because there's nowhere to put them, pushed in by the snow. It created a huge anxiety for me because there's nowhere to put them. So it's something to think about as you move forward. I urge you to include, now I can't read my, diverse community voices as you prepare to make important decisions that would be included in the 20-year master plan, because that's last 20 years. So what you have an opportunity of what you do with housing today to make a huge impact on the future. And I would also ask that you be intentional, avoiding developing by right and holding yourselves and others accountable for their actions. I remind you, unintended consequences indeed have consequences. And housing is a human right, and 2024, I hope, is the year to do better than we've done before. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurel Shantz. That's Schantz. I live in Grand Rapids in the Belknap area. I'm also a member of Together West Michigan, and that's why I'm here today, because I've been following your progress on these amendments to the zoning codes, and I would like to, as myself and representing Together West Michigan, express strong support for these changes. We need to really look at the options that we have. I know this is not going to solve the problem. Brian laid that out really well, so I don't need to repeat it, but we need to start, and we need to start now. And in the future, as more, other options come up, I hope that you will also be open to any further zoning changes that might help those. So that's what I have to say. I support these zoning changes.
Hello, I'm Ted Hartzell. I'm leader of the housing team for Together West Michigan. TWM is a broad-based organization centered in Grand Rapids that collectively represents or serves an estimated 18,000 people. I'm a member, along with Laurel, of Westminster Presbyterian Church, where much of my Together West Michigan work is centered. In the past 2 years, we have had dozens of research meetings with nonprofit housing agencies working on the crisis. We've sat in on many governmental meetings, including discussions by this body about the proposed zoning amendments before you today. We've read tons of news articles, and we've supported what we consider workable approaches. Just this week, another leader and I heard alarming stories as we met with staff of Family Promise and the Bates Place Neighbors Associations, stories about people displaced from homes in Grand Rapids they had lived in for years, stories about people living in cars or getting eviction notices with no time really to find another home, of rents raising so high that they would be laughable, if not so painful. And I've sat in along with other Together West Michigan members on 2 or 3 master planning sessions over the last couple of years, and I agree with what Kristen Turkelson said today, that the process seems far enough along that, and the need pressing enough that to wait for the formal completion of the master plan just seems not a wise idea. We know from our research that there is no one path out of this crisis of affordable housing. It will take innumerable paths and creative, adaptive imagination. We consider the proposed amendments before you to be just one such creative approach and urge you to recommend them unanimously to the City Commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Sessa, and I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm here today to voice my personal support for all of the zoning text amendment proposals. I'd like to address some of the concerns specifically regarding increased density that were voiced by my fellow citizens. I read all of the letters sent in today regarding today's proposals in detail. While their concerns are certainly valid, many are not borne out by the data. We all know by now the critical need for Grand Rapids, like most cities across the country, to build more housing. Far from unproven policy, the data are clear that upzoning works. There is a negative correlation between the number of new housing units built and rent values, both in real terms and adjusted for inflation. On the other hand, when we don't build enough homes, vacancy rates go down and rents go up. When both of these are true, the rates of homelessness go up. It really is as simple as supply and demand. With regards to our population, it has been noted that Grand Rapids is losing population. And while it is true that the city of Grand Rapids lost residents last year, our total metropolitan area is growing steadily by about 0.5% each year since 2020, albeit a drop from the 4% growth seen from 2015 to 2020. Regardless, we still don't have enough housing for the people that live here now, and we certainly won't be attracting new residents without enough housing. Many of my neighbors worry about increased crime with more density. In reality, the rates of violent and property-related crime in U.S. cities have been falling for decades. Cities are actually much safer than suburban or rural areas when accounting for all risks of accidental death and injury, particularly when it comes to traffic safety. This brings me to another concern which relates to the worries about traffic and parking. And dense cities with mixed-use development and safe transit and micro-mobility infrastructure make car ownership a choice and not a necessity. In other American cities like New York and Boston, car ownership is inversely linked to population density rather than income. The same is true in reverse. The more people own cars, the less dense the city becomes in the long run. By encouraging more residents to walk, bike, roll, or take transit, traffic congestion can be reduced, even with increased density. The last thing I'll say on this topic is that there has been nothing but community engagement, which I appreciate, going all the way back to the 2002 master plan. The attendees at the Heritage Hill discussion were over 90% homeowners, and most are white. I'm here today as a white homeowner, and this is simply not representative of Grand Rapids as a whole. We cannot allow a vocal, privileged minority of voices to dominate the conversation and block real progress. Thank you.
My name's Nancy Beckwith. I live at 264 Paris Southeast. I want to know how many of you live in a mixed neighborhood with rental. I have lived at my property, it'll be 50 years. I moved in when I was a sweet young thing of 26 and a bride, now I'm 75. In the last 50 years, there's been a decrease in the density of Heritage Hill, but there's still parking congestion. I passed around 2 properties there. That's just an example of the houses on my street. When I moved there, the one is the Butterfield Mansion, which is a huge property. It had been 6 units, door never closed. Now it's 4 units and it's owner occupied, and it's a lot better taken care of. There's another property, 265, with the double peaks. That's directly across from my property. That is a pure ghetto property when we moved there. The people that had to live there, the landlord should have paid them to live there. It was bought, totally gutted, 2x4s. A wind would have taken them down. And it's now a single family. But guess what? We have an investor from Texas who owns it. I don't even know who he is if something happens. He rents it out. So, in regarding parking on my beach, in sewer construction in the 1990s, we lost approximately 6 parking spots. We have parking on one side of our street, on the west side. That was due to the dub downs. If you know what those are, they go down like this. Instead of the radius, that's up like this. And if you park within 3 feet of that dub down, you will get a ticket. And we have had renters ticketed. Our block has 2 homes with no driveways. Both are 2 units. We did have a single family, which was right next door to me, which had no driveway until 1995 when we allowed them to use 6 inches. So I could have a curb on it and they could have a driveway. There are 16 homes on our block, which between Cherry and Wealthy, that share a driveway. And only 6 of those homes are single families. And 3 of those 6 used to be 2 units. This has to apply to all the older neighborhoods. And we have no alley. In our housing units, we've gone down in our housing units. And if I have the part down by Wealthy, correct, we've either gone down either 21 units or 16, 21 on one side of the street, 16 on the other, and we still have more cars than ever. The students have better cars than most people live on the street. I don't get it. I don't know where they're coming from. We have a property I've told you about before
very
on my
much.
street.
Thank you.
Sorry, okay. And the ADUs, 9 and 20 years, I don't think that's very successful.
Hi, my name is Nathan Biller. I'm a developer focused on middle missing housing in the city. Thank you for your dedicated service. Your commitment to improving Grand Rapids is evident in the thoughtful reforms that you've proposed. I strongly support all proposed reforms and urge you to recommend them to the City Commission Fort Worth. I wish you had gone further. Allowing ADUs to be approved via counter review like 1- and 2-family homes versus a director review with an additional $1,332 fee will result in fewer ADUs being built and less of an increase in tax revenues. I also wish that small infill development and elimination of parking requirements was happening citywide. While NIMBYs may not appreciate or even recognize your restraint, know you have both folks on both sides, and the rule of thumb is that you've arrived at a good compromise when neither side is completely happy. The NIMBY delay tactics disguised as reasonable precautions against imagined horrible outcomes have real costs, which I don't think Grand Rapidians should be forced to bear. Reading the letters of concern, which I also read through all of them, I heard many that are looking for a measure of effectiveness for whether zoning changes work, and I'd like to provide a concrete example that they do. 2 years ago, I bought a vacant lot in the 3rd Ward and a fire damaged property next door. Using the prescient zoning rules that this commission put into place a few years back, I split them into 4 lots and am building 4 townhomes. Just this week, I received my new tax assessments, which illustrate that adding density to GR benefits not only the housing entrepreneurs who decide to take the risk and do the work, but also tenants who have access to high quality housing, as well as all GR citizens in the form of more money to fund other services. This year, I'll begin contributing 33 times as much tax revenue to the city as it was previously receiving from the vacant lots. That's almost $16,000 more each and every year indexed to inflation. I believe that an increase to our city's tax base, the engine that powers all of the services we're able to provide, is a credible example of the effectiveness zoning changes can offer. While I can't give you an exact dollar amount of what delaying these reforms further would cost, why should GR citizens be deprived of these funds because a small yet vocal group of NIMBYs don't like the idea of sharing their taxpayer-subsidized street parking with other taxpayers? People are more important than cars, and increased density can simultaneously provide increased demand for non-car modes of transportation while also providing increased tax dollars to pay for it. You wield the power today to make this future a reality with your vote to advance these reforms today. The quiet majority stands behind you, and we're counting on you. I attended 2 of the evening community master plan engagement sessions and agree with the city staff planning's assessment that these reforms align with the feedback given by engaged citizens participating in those meetings and also aligns with experts like Shane Phillips, who share the cautionary tale of Los Angeles and what not to do, which includes postponing decisions ad infinitum. Thank you for prioritizing people over parking. That is the correct order of our city's values.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Voivodsky. I'm a resident of Heritage Hill. We live at 45 College Avenue Southeast. I'm only speaking on behalf of my understanding of Heritage Hill, and I'm here representing my neighbors, the Gillises, the Coops, and the Carpenters. I'm here because I just happen to have availability today. I think one of the constraints we have with meetings like this is that this process is just the fact that most people are working and don't have the ability to be on top of all the issues. And so I want you to know that we're all concerned about the changes to the zonings that are being proposed here. I won't go into them in detail, but I'm asking on behalf of my neighbors that the commission slow the process down. I know there's a sense of urgency. I really get that, but I'd like to have the commission take a no vote or not a non-vote today, so that we as people who have come into the community and who live here have a chance to understand the implications of the changes that are being proposed. And as somebody who's lived in the neighborhood now for 11 years, I know it's short compared to a lot of people. We've seen changes, in terms of cars and the construction that's being done that really do have implications. And somebody else mentioned the unintended consequences. I think those things are really important for us to understand and have the chance as owners in the community to review those so that we can make good decisions and then move quickly to do our part in supporting what we hope to do to be able to meet the housing needs. So again, just representing our group of neighbors in Heritage Hill, we'd ask the commission to take a no vote today or a non-vote today and give us a chance to review the plans and the implications so that we can make good decisions and then move quickly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa McManus. I live at 300 College Southeast, and I want to agree with him. Everybody I talk to has not even heard that this is going on, and they're shocked when they see how much of a change this is, particularly when you're talking about allowing everybody with a single-family home to turn it into a duplex. In our neighborhood, we have everything. We have apartments, we have duplexes, we have big houses turned into multiple apartments, and we have single-family houses. We really are the missing middle that you talk about. And we have a history that wasn't built for cars and wasn't built for, it had horses and streetcars. And so what happens in our neighborhood is radically different than what happens in Highland Park or another neighborhood that has more space. So I would ask that you give us a chance to really take a look at that, particularly under the fact that, or thinking about the fact that across the U.S. and really globally, this financialization of housing is really scary to me. It sets it up so that we no longer have people owning houses. This is longer term. It takes a while to implement, but it's happening, and it's happening in our neighborhoods. Where houses aren't built for community, they're built for an investment. And that's what happened to Heritage Hill 50 years ago. We see this in our neighborhood as a way to go back to the way it was. So we would ask that if in fact that is not the case, we need to understand why. And you're not giving us that information yet. So we really ask that you do hold meetings and help us understand what's going on. And it's not just my neighborhood, Baxter neighborhood, the Oakdale neighborhood. You look at Boston Square. People I've talked to there are alarmed. The fact that absentee landlords this is really setting up sort of a dream situation for them. And those trends are forceful around, you can pick up an article on it any day of the week. So thanks. I hope you will hold your vote today and give us a chance as a community to understand how it impacts our neighborhoods.
Hello, I'm Andrew. I'm going to move this up a little bit. I'm Andrew Carley. I'm the Director of Outreach for Strong Towns of Grand Rapids, resident of the 3rd Ward, Boston Square neighborhood, and a very vocal participant of the Boston Square Neighborhood Association. I'm going to tell you what happens when we don't approve these. I work in a field where I get to work with people who are disadvantaged, housing disadvantaged, job disadvantaged, having struggles with their careers, all of that fun stuff on a daily basis. There's times I've cried at work. I am an emotional person. When someone comes in and tells me they're losing their home, they're losing their apartment, their rent has gone up, they no longer can afford it, they need a better paying job, or they'll be on the street, it affects me emotionally. I've had people, families coming in, telling me they no longer can afford their rent. They're living out of their vans. It's really depressing. Every week I hear about it. It's crazy. The problem is we're not building homes. We're not allowing to build homes. We're not getting this small incremental development at a rate that we need to be happening. So housing goes up. My house has increased 3 times in the Boston Square neighborhood. I bought my house for $100,000 in 2018. I would sell my house for $330,000 today. and there'd be a bidding war on it, and it'd probably be more expensive than that. I haven't improved my house that much. I put new paint on the wall. I put a patio in. That's it. And $300,000. My neighbor's rent has tripled. They're paying $2,800 a month in a neighborhood that they used to be paying under $700. When we moved in, the house next door to us, which is a renter, was paying $700 a month. They're now paying $2,800 a month. I don't know how they can afford it. I can't afford that. And I make a healthy salary. I have a friend who's been looking for a house in the city of Grand Rapids for 2 years now. He can't afford a home. Literally cannot afford a home. He can't afford to rent. He can't afford to own. His parents will give him a $100,000 down payment, and he still can't afford a house in the city of Grand Rapids. My manager, the person above me, who makes significantly more money than me, struggled to buy a home in the city of Grand Rapids. He ended up buying a new built house way out on the edge of Standale, almost Ottawa County, almost leaving Grand Rapids, almost leaving the metro area to be able to afford a home. And this is a man that makes $250,000 a year. He could not find a house that fit his needs in the city of Grand Rapids. People are losing their apartments, they're losing their homes because we are not effective at being able to build affordable housing. People like me are moving into my neighborhoods that used to be diverse. People with good, decent incomes and the ability to buy a home are moving into my neighborhood and making it less diverse. My neighborhood used to be a diverse place to live. We had black families, we had white families, we had a Hispanic family. Now it's only white family. That is who's being affected by the housing crisis in Grand Rapids. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Tischler. That's Tischler. I'm also a resident of Heritage Hill. And I have to say, it kind of hurts my feelings, the whole NIMBY thing. I've made Heritage Hill my home for over 20 years. And I believe that Heritage Hill should be part of the solution of the housing crisis. But I also think that it should be done thoughtfully. Just to give you a little background about myself, I've made my adult livelihood as a property owner and manager, primarily rental units in Heritage Hill. And so I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to address what it takes to own and manage an apartment, especially because a few years ago, we sold several units to the same company. They were a company not located in Grand Rapids. And as it turns out, the same company has bought several apartment buildings in Heritage Hill. And much to my dismay and regret, I've watched the condition of these properties gradually decline over the past several years. They are not very careful about who they allow to rent. They don't take care of the buildings. And they haven't lowered the rents either. I think that's another misnomer. All of this infill stuff isn't going to lower rent in Heritage Hill or anyplace else. If somebody adds an apartment to their property or an ADU, they're going to charge market rent. It's not going to drive rents down. I guess my biggest concern is that there might be the unintended consequence of groups like the one who bought our buildings to basically be absentee landlords. We opened the door to other corporations buying property, even private equity, private investors from anywhere in the country who are going to be hands-off and they're just looking for a payday. And I'm concerned that we're rushing and that we should slow things down, table this, and reevaluate ways to make sure things like this don't happen. And another thought that I had listening today was about the vital streets as a guiding principle for what's allowed on a particular street. I think that might be a little short-sighted because even one street can change block by block. Why not look at a block and evaluate the current density in that block and allow that to be the guiding principle for what's allowed in addition to what's already existing? So maybe two examples. I'm sure there are many more. If we just kind of tap the brakes and step back, take a breath, and make sure that we're really thinking through all of the unintended consequences that may arise from changing to zoning. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janelle Rye. I just want to acknowledge that altering the status quo, it has good and bad consequences, but it definitely is going to trigger a deep and emotional response, and so it is something we need to think about. Narrow streets, a mix of large and tiny apartments, interspersed with shops and businesses in close walking distance. It's the most desirable neighborhood in the city, and across the country we've made it illegal to build any more like it. This type of place has many distinctive placemaking elements: compact urban form, complete neighborhoods anchored by local shopping streets, public spaces that foster community, streets for people, high-quality public transportation, smart parking strategies, a mix of housing types, and a small parcel fabric. I like this. I would like to live in a place like this. 5 years ago, I did. It was the best place I've ever lived. I lived in Kassel, Germany, in a yellow apartment building on a street with a tram line. Shared with a lady who worked in the oil industry but would have rather spent all her time in the south of France. That apartment was the first time I experienced the lifestyle that is opposite of a car-dependent, sprawling community, where one lives in a great expanse of single-family homes and spends most of their time by themselves in a metal box on 4 wheels. That apartment setting allowed me to access everything I needed within a short walk or bicycle ride, and it was a quick walk to the tram, then onto the train station, where I took high-speed trains to Vienna, Austria, or Paris. I never owned or rented a car. Over there, I had options to travel. My neighborhood in Kassel, Germany, was also filled with people of diverse backgrounds and economic status. That was the first time I experienced that too. I think residential zoning today in the U.S. has carried class separations to great extremes, which you can see if you travel by air. Over here, big single-family homes on big lots. Over there, a mobile home park. In another direction, a pod of apartment buildings. A place of every income, and every income in its separate place. This is detrimental to the strength of a community and hinders economic mobility. We struggle with this in Michigan when we altered our cities and towns for car-only movement in the last century and built swaths of sprawling development. We froze everything in place with zoning. Now, we don't really have a zoning code that allows us to adapt to the changing housing needs and preferences of our residents and the residents we want to attract. We don't have the density to support transit nor a comprehensive protected bicycle network. To be a fiscally solvent, attractive city, we need zoning to make our land use flexible, not freeze things in place. I know these zoning changes aren't perfect, but from the other places I've lived in besides Grand Rapids, I think these zoning amendments will help achieve a more flexible, diverse community, and I support them. Thank you.
Well, no, I'm not the end. Great. My name is John Carpenter, C-A-R-P-E-N-T-E-R, like in hammer and nails. I grew up on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. I'm 66 years old. This is the third house I've owned in the 3rd Ward. I live at 2152 Chesaning. I was made aware of what's going on with the changes that are being proposed, both on the Vital Street standpoint, which is, in our case, Okemos, which had our first gun incident just 4 months ago, a drive-by shooting in our neighborhood on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. And I had a $500,000 offer for my house today, unsolicited, from a source that won't give me who they are. Southeast Side GR, Burton and Breton area. Guys, you need to educate everyone, not just the current stakeholders. Vital Streets is a wonderful idea, but you gotta talk to the people on the vital streets, all of them. You gotta talk to, if there's 70,000 homes, 40,000 are ADUs in the city, there are 30,000 that are not owner-occupied. Every home in every neighborhood in my district was owner-occupied. And now you're giving anybody with $500,000 the right to buy a house and turn it into whatever they want. We need to educate and move forward. I've watched downtown Grand Rapids all my life. My first job was downtown GR at 14, and I used to take the bus. Today, it took me 45 minutes to take the bus because I wanted to find out
what it would take for me from my house to get downtown. I used to drive downtown. I used to take a bus downtown. I used to go to school downtown. Guys, you need to educate everyone, not just the current stakeholders that have come up. And you need to walk into the neighborhoods and bang on doors or notify vital street people that their street has been notified as a vital street. It's great. It gets snow removed first. We are last in our neighborhood. Well, and who's going to buy my house? And what are they going to do with it if these laws get changed and not all my neighbors know what's going on? Thank you.
Hi, Doug Meeks, Ward 2, Heritage Hill. Sorry. So I just quickly, we had set a petition forward. I have 32 more signatures regarding that. I think that makes 164 in the last couple of days that we were capable to ask you guys to slow this down and to put a pause on it. January 11th was the day that the actual wording of this has come out to allow residents to digest what is being done or who's being done. I've been looking at this. I've been here since July. I believe I've seen many of your faces, and I have a hard time understanding exactly what's going on regarding this. I don't think a request to delay this in order to wait for a master plan, it's best practice to have a master plan prior to this. I want to echo, we are not going to get a ton of development. Those are the words Mr. Kilpatrick said out of this. We talked about 1%. You're moving forward with this concept over 1% of something that Housing Now has basically said, we are not going to get a ton of work out of this. And what is happening is you're silencing the neighborhood's voices. Most people don't know this is going on. And when they do find out about it going on, they have some concerns. I'm asking this board to do exactly what it asks its applicants to do. It says, present a plan. You guys have done that with this language now. It says, reach out to your neighbors. Let's have some neighborhood forums on this to make sure that what is happening, we can all buy in. No one doesn't believe in affordable housing or want to help here. It's quite apparent that there is a passion and a desire to do what's best for Grand Rapids. The name calling needs to stop. I think that, when you make statements that are derogatory towards others, you've already lost your argument. And it's unnecessary. We all love the city, and we should continue to advocate for it. I would just finally talk about the traffic analysis. You guys ask people to do a traffic analysis, but you haven't done that in the neighborhoods currently. You don't know how this is going to affect those neighborhoods. I'd ask that you go into those neighborhoods to find that. These are excellent things that have been brought forward by Kristen. She's worked really hard at this, and I want to make sure that we do this right. And as long as if we push on the gas and we don't settle these underlining issues and try to communicate with the neighborhoods to make sure that the neighborhoods are on board with some of these things, and not every neighborhood's going to be on board with that, and we respect that, but you have to try to build consensus. And I don't think the neighborhoods personally, from the conversations I have, are there. So I would ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lockman, Lachman. I am a 20-year real estate litigator and also on the Board of Zoning Appeals for the City of Grand Rapids. I'll do my best to really just present my thoughts from a review position. Most specifically, the proposed amendment to 5.09.02. I did send an email to contribute, and certainly feel free to refer to that. But that proposed amendment states that the Planning Commission shall have the authority to waive or alter the use regulations contained in this article, provided the standards of Section 5.12.09 are substantially met. From a reviewer perspective, that's a really mushy thing to be changing, waiver altering, how would we be able to review any decision that is made with any sort of standardized process? Substantially met, it's a litigator's dream. It's just so squishy. And to allow people to alter, does that mean that for projects where you like them, but where 3 different standards are not met, that you'd still be able to deem it appropriate? And how would a review board be able to determine whether or not they were substantially met based on that? What if something meets all of the criteria, but you don't like it? Are you then able to alter the criteria per the language that says you'd be able to alter it and then deny something? I think that language makes unchecked, unreviewable authority, and while all of you might take good care with that standard, you have to know others will sit in your seats. So I would strongly ask that you not accept that proposed amendment. I also want to address what I think is being called ADU. In my opinion, those certainly appear to be instead non-conforming lot splits by right with common ownership. To me, that looks to be the entire opposite of what we've had, where when there are non-conforming lots where there's common ownership, the city asks that owners combine those lots. That has been that way for decades. To the extent that there's not an owner occupancy, why is that accessory dwelling? That is just simply allowing for a non-conforming lot and splitting that in half so long as it has a common owner. But that doesn't mean that there's an owner occupancy requirement. I think that creates confusion, and it's a nice sales word. Speaking of words, NIMBY, I find it offensive and unhelpful. It's certainly a great soundbite. I want to note that Heritage Hill is something like 20 out of 30 neighborhoods, 25th in population, 4th in density. Heritage Hill is out in force because Heritage Hill already did the work. It is already very dense, and Heritage Hill is very aware that it has a huge target on its back because 75% of the hill is already not owner occupied, and those investors are coming in and stripping the homes of their hardware and selling those things and going exactly in reverse where we don't want to be. I also want to note the developer who was
Thank you for your comments.
shared did it all under the current ordinance. Thank you.
Can I tell you when to start the clock? Hello, I'm Jeff Phillips. I live at 221 Paris. You guys have gone through a lot of work to do all the different documents you've presented. Here's my question, though. You're being asked to vote to pass this, but you only have half the plan. No one's talked about the execution of this process, which is half of a plan. All right? So my question is, when you look at an execution plan and on how you're going to manage it, how you're going to measure it, a couple different things. I'd like you to map out the actions. I'd like to know the owners, the time frame. I'd like to see the measurements of success. I'd like to see the anticipated issues you might arise and how you're going to adapt to them. Secondly, I'd like a geographical map of Grand Rapids and lay over all these zoning elements and see where the benefits come by area. You've had different communities, different parts of 30 neighborhoods that make up, associations that make up Grand Rapids. They're going to have different views because we have different neighborhoods. So why have one plan for 30 different neighborhoods? It's not one fit all. You got to be strategic, not just a broad brush statement. I'd also like to know how you're going to potentially block undesirable actions that could occur based on these zoning changes. A couple different things. How do we manage, if we're trying to get long-term rental potential properties, how do we manage mid-term and short-term leases? Because that takes right out of the actual numbers, and they go for a lot of money. How are we going to look at outside organizations, corporations that look at real estate as basically not as a community, but look at it as an asset? All right? And they're looking at it as basically a way to invest money in our market, like the gentleman said earlier, $500,000 for his home. That's not a person just calling a next door neighbor and say, hey, I'd like to buy your house. Also, how are you going to handle and manage development costs? Are we going to look at part of the plan as basically how we're going to reduce permits, fees, tax relief, incentives for low-cost housing? Where is that as part of the plan so we understand? Also, would like to know, how are we going to manage the elements as far as when people purchase land and then put it in vacant and leave it vacant? Like the property is on, what is it, Eastern and Cherry. It's been there for a number of years. It's dormant. It could be a great property for actually rentals. How do we address the construction area? We don't have the resources of people that do drywall, carpentry work, electrical work, masonry work. We don't have the resources in that area, so we need to know how we're going to take care of all this building we're going to do. I'd like to leave this group with a couple of action steps. One, we've already talked about community involvement. How do we get the community engaged in this? I saw the calendar of events. It was internally focused based on you all and also the city, not the public, as far as all the changes you've made and how it works with a master plan. By the way, a master plan is a guideline. Zoning changes are law. Where do we do laws before we do vision first? Planning is vision first and followed up with strategies and tactics to achieve the objective. And I ask you, don't do this because you don't have a whole plan you're voting on. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ed Clifford, and I live at 539 Paris Avenue Southeast. So we bought our house in in 80, and we were making about $12,000, and at $12,000 you could buy a house in Grand Rapids. But our house needed a roof, needed furnaces, needed everything. It was previously an absentee landlord that owned it, as were pretty much all the houses on the street. There was maybe, there was 8 owner occupants, and the rest of them were really, really, really nasty and needed everything. It's falling down, and they were being, Anyway, so this past year, every week, I get a text, I get 2 texts, I want to buy your house right now for cash. Well, the neighborhood I live in, Heritage Hill, was densified in the 30s, 40s, additions made on buildings, rooming houses, etc. And then it was going to be demolished. 75% of this thing was going to be demolished in the 60s with urban renewal. Anyway, it got saved, and we bought it. We work downtown, and so we could walk to work. And so what we saw, though, was that people saw the houses, they liked the looks of them, they fixed them up, they moved them in, and here we are today with Heritage Hill. One house got sold for cash almost, last year for $900 and something thousand. Anyway, that having the absentee landlord will do absolutely nothing to help a neighborhood be a neighborhood. It will just give money to, like the gentleman said, he got a call from somebody, or no, she said, a company in Texas owns a house across the street. Well, they don't care about stuff, they just want her to get the money and get out, because they have no stake in the community. They have no stake in Grand Rapids. They're in Texas. That's my thought. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betsy Westman, and I'd like to direct your attention to a letter in your inbox from Jim McClurg. I'm trusting that you'll take the opportunity to read it in its entirety, so I'll just hit a couple highlights. He asks that you table the vote on proposed zoning ordinance until proper community engagement, risk assessment, and appropriate amendments have been completed. He makes the comment that the proposals are structured to create more density in areas of the city that are already dense. The plan targets the smallest, not the largest, land parcels suitable for infill development. I think Jim speaks for us all when he says our leaders are not listening. Jim and I are neighbors. We've been in the neighborhood for 40 years, and what we want to do is avoid history repeating itself with the problems of the past. He goes on to say that if the commission is inclined to proceed at some point with the upcoming proposals, they should not apply to Heritage Hill. because they're incompatible with the Heritage Hill Master Plan. So again, I join Jim McClurg in asking that you table the vote. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns regarding the proposed zoning changes that are being recommended prior to the completion and adoption of the new city master plan. While I understand that you are not the ultimate decision makers, you are, as a body, responsible for the physical shaping of our space and of our community. Your recommendations will become the laws that shape this city for years to come, and thereby impacting the communities that reside within them. Yours is a very important job, and I thank you for it, and I ask that you do it well. Grand Rapids is home to many wonderful and distinct neighborhoods. Many of these neighborhoods have active neighborhood associations with established views on their community's voice. Creston Neighborhood Association states that they organize residents to have a voice about land use and development, organizing neighborhood voices to affect projects in their community, ensuring that their neighbors have a say in the future of their neighborhood. Midtown is another wonderful neighborhood community and very popular with residents and businesses alike. However, threatened by its own redevelopment along Michigan Street, Community Representative Mark Stoddard stated, Midtown is working diligently to remind those at City Hall and the developers working within our neighborhood of the need to focus on uses that do not weaken or destroy the fabric of Midtown and help us to protect the economic diversity of our residents, which is a matter of pride among so many in Midtown. Additionally, the chair of Highland Park Neighborhood Association penned in his letter from the chair dated January 2nd, 2023, we should be the strongest voice for how our neighborhood will change. I couldn't agree more. And that is why I'm here before you today to ask you to consider a hybrid planning approach in the effort to nurture and enhance our neighborhoods and allow community input when we truly need to evolve, which I understand we do. As for my neighborhood, I reside in Heritage Hill. We are a neighborhood association born from the dust of demolished landmarks and homes. Yet, in the time span in which many of us have invested in our homes and in our community, we've gone from being the solution to being the problem. You know, and I'm going to have to, being referred to as NIMBYs is just very, very insulting. We are commonly mocked and ridiculed as such. Yet we're not newly seeking the zoning protections that preservation would provide under the umbrella of historic preservation and designation. We are a neighborhood that far predates those issues and those current tactics. Ironically, we so predate them that we have the disheartening vantage point of potentially seeing things come full circle. I ask the Commission to table the vote on the proposed zoning changes until property community engagement and impact studies have been completed. I would also ask you to look around the room to see the faces that are in this room and consider the fact that maybe we don't have a representation of city views here because the meeting time doesn't make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you state your name, ma'am? Would you be willing to?
Kara Phillips.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Hammond, Hamman, and I'm a resident of Heritage Hill. I also am requesting that you delay the vote for the zoning ordinance proposal language changes to until the Grand Rapids Master Plan has been fully completed. The city planner discussed for proposed changes to be effective, there will need to be additional major changes to the city zoning ordinance after the master plan is completed. These proposed changes must receive thorough review and study of implications by the neighborhood after the master plan is completed. This seems like a broad brushstroke of changes, one size fits all, and each neighborhood is unique and deserves more assistance from the city to better understand the impacts of such ordinances on each neighborhood. We are Grand Rapids, we're unique, we're not Auckland, New Zealand or Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we need to focus on what works best for our much-beloved city and its neighborhoods. One of the questions I have, I guess I'm asking for more help and details when I happen to print this out, but the map of like the vital streets and all of that is really kind of confusing to some of us. We're trying to figure it out. It's a lot of information. It's important information. And I'd like to know on here where my street is and where my house is, what is it going to be affected? That makes a difference of what it's going to mean to me. I know we need more housing. We need to better understand what that impact of the changes are going to be. I have questions when I see information that's put forth, for example, that we need 14,106 units by 2027, but yet a document I see that comes out just in the last couple of days, another housing information was we need 14,000 units over the next 5 years. So what is the number? It seems like there's a lot of information coming around. And I'm concerned that we're making changes to these ordinances before we truly understand what is the reality of that, what really needs to happen. I'm also concerned about the ordinances of removing owner occupancy. We've proven in our neighborhood that that does make a difference in how our neighborhoods thrive. And the by right ordinances too. That takes my right to do this, to come in and talk to you. And I've been impressed that you folks, I've been in several meetings that I've never been in before, and always impressed that you tell the people to go back and talk to your homeowners, people who are in your neighborhoods, and get that information. And I encourage you to continue to do that rather than taking my voice away. Thank you.
Any others who would like to share their thoughts? All right, we'll close the public hearing with our thanks to everyone who came forward to speak and to anyone who sent information into us as well. We value it. Kristen, can I turn it back to you for some thoughts?
Sure.
Reflections?
Yep. So I did, in no particular order, heard a lot about pausing and waiting for the community master plan process. I would just remind the Planning Commission that the City Commission has requested you to provide them with a recommendation. So I really don't think it's within your purview to make that decision to delay. That could certainly be your recommendation to the City Commission, but it's your responsibility to provide the City Commission with a recommendation on housing policy changes. And if that includes a delay, then that's something you could incorporate. But the Planning Commission independently making that decision is really not appropriate. I mentioned certainly if there's a desire to table to request changes from what we've seen today, that's certainly possible. As to the conversation or the comments rather that about engagement, that was something that was discussed early on, that the Planning Department does not have the capacity at this point to conduct individual engagement for these particular amendments. And if that was desired, then the community master plan is the right avenue for that. So I think that was well understood to begin with. However, I think it's equally important to understand that there has been a lot of engagement that has taken place about housing policy over the last 8 years. In 2015, there was a robust engagement effort called the Great Housing Strategies. A lot of these recommendations tie directly back to that plan or those recommendations there. So implementation of that work. In 2018, the city worked on the Housing Now effort for additional engagement that took place relative to housing policies, and many of these recommendations tie back to the conversations that took place there. And again, we've had 3 of 4 rounds of engagement work within the community master plan. So although the plan update is not complete, there has been a lot of engagement. I believe the last numbers we looked at was that 2,900 people have participated in the first 3 rounds of engagement work. And that doesn't calculate the last probably month or so of individuals that may have participated. A lot of the feedback that we've received align with these recommendations today. So while there has not been a separate engagement effort for for the ordinance amendment specifically, there was a lot of engagement, has been a lot of engagement that's been done that has been used to directly inform the recommendations that are before you. Just quickly look back through my notes here. Ryan, I put you on the spot there. I was wondering if you wanted to talk a little bit about the comments about investors coming in and I think the fear that this would perpetuate that taking place in the city. Oh, and do you want to clarify the statistics of the years, the 14,000 over 5 years versus the 14,000?
Yeah, great. That was an excellent point. So the study was produced in 2022. The 5-year period from 2022 to 2027 was the period in which the study suggested or estimated that roughly 14,106, I think, was the number of units needed in the city. And I should clarify that Bowen National Research provides that study. It's an estimate based on a number of indicators. So it's not just population or household growth, it's also job growth in the region. It's commuters who would prefer to live here but can't find something, and so as new units become available, they move in. There are a number of factors, and we have a database from Bowen National Research that outlines how they come up with those estimates. As far as investors, I think first it's really important to honor the experience that many homeowners in our community have been through and went through over the last 30 years with landlords that weren't good stewards of property. I think that that's really relevant context for this conversation. Additional context for this conversation is as we continue to have a scarcity of housing supply, there are investors now buying single-family homes to rent them as single-family homes. We see quite a bit of that. And so I'm not sure that the investor-owned property issue goes away if you don't adopt zoning changes. I think Kristen has mentioned a number of times that code enforcement could use more staff, could use more funding. There are always some issues that need to be addressed. And I can't say that you would have more or less if you have a greater ability to build additional housing units. What I would say is I think that the problems that we had in the 1960s and 1970s, and there were heroic efforts by members of our community to stop the decline in many neighborhoods. And I think much credit is due to homeowners in Heritage Hill who stopped the demolition of historic homes. But the problems that they solved in the 60s and 70s are not the problems we have today. In that period of time, we had significant disinvestment occurring. We had government subsidized highways that were funneling folks out of the city and into the suburbs. We had a long history of white flight that was the result of urban renewal. All of those things were fueling disinvestment in neighborhoods and redlining, which still happened even though it was no longer legal, it was still happening under the Homeowner Loan Corporation, where they were willing to make investments in mortgages and how they did appraisals. And so it was very difficult for folks to continue to be homeowners in neighborhoods that were experiencing disinvestment. And so it was much easier for landlords to move in. We're now seeing the reverse, right? What we're seeing is younger households, dual income, no kids, who are able to afford much more expensive homes in neighborhoods, and older households with quite a bit of equity that they're able to spend in those neighborhoods. There is a lot of investment happening in many of our neighborhoods, and it's excluding many folks from being able to participate both in housing choice and in the opportunity to build equity in the neighborhoods. Now, that doesn't mean that any of the comments that were received today aren't valid. I'm not going to say that there aren't going to be issues, that there won't be code enforcement problems. All of those things will occur, right? I think the question is, will you see a significant increase in any of those issues? And I don't have a crystal ball for that.
Thanks, Ryan. I also heard comments about, the fear or concern about significant conversions of homes. I think it's really important to understand that current building codes have grown over the last decades, several decades, and converting an existing single-family home to a two-family home is not for the faint of heart. Many homes would not lend themselves to a conversion without significant investment taking place, and in some cases because of I'm looking at the building official here, because of fire separation requirements and other building codes. It's not always practically feasible to convert existing structures. And when you add that into the market, the cost of the construction, the ability to rent, getting the return on the investment of that rent, that type of situation is not going to take place in mass. It will take place on a smaller scale because of those factors. So I think, while it may be feasible with the changes that we're talking about today, it doesn't make it always practical. So I think that there are some, I mentioned that this is but one aspect of small scale development. I think that those are really important factors to take into consideration. I was also reminded that there was several comments about, neighborhood plans versus the city plans. And I think a lot of individuals here have probably participated either at a neighborhood plan level or a citywide plan level. And it is true that the city has a community master plan, and that is kind of the umbrella for all of the other neighborhood plans. And one of the expectations or requirements of the current master plan as well as the ordinance is that they have to align in policy and vision. And when it's a neighborhood plan, you're not seeing the discrepancy between the two categories, but rather you're taking that vision, that larger umbrella plan, and making it on a neighborhood or parcel scale, because our current community master plan is not at that level or that parcel level that we have. So I think that there's quite a bit of alignment. There is alignment between the neighborhood plans and the citywide master plan. It's not best practice. It's not common at all to see zoning ordinances done at a neighborhood by neighborhood level that overly complicates the administration, not on my end, but just the administration, the use of a zoning ordinance when you have so many different zone districts, and it tends to produce outcomes that are not helpful to the community's overall vision. I think that addresses many of the comments that I'm able to address that were made today.
I'm wondering so one of the folks mentioned study by parking and the traffic, and I know that some of that was included in our packet. I'm wondering if our mobile GR person could come up and explain the assessment that was done. Sorry.
So as part of our operations at Mobile GR, we are kind of keepers of parking data. So we do counts in the spring, and then we also do them in the fall. So we're actually going to get our fall counts here shortly. And what we look at is we look at pretty much every block face in the in the city, including commercial areas, residential areas. And we use that data to kind of inform, when something comes before Planning Commission and there's a variance for parking, we can kind of give you guys a heads up if that's kind of a highly occupied zone, but it also is going to help inform where we might be putting residential parking programs in place. And so we're seeing some neighborhoods that are on the cusp of that, but we did find that within our kind of residential neighborhoods that occupancy is about 70%. So there is available parking. It might not just be in your front of your house. And so that's kind of when people think of parking, they think of it right in front of their house. And we've done focus groups with people and how they perceive parking, what's good parking, what's bad parking. And so it's something that we have the data, and we also have the ability to institute that program. It is a $30 fee every year, but we also have the ability to waive that in hardships, or you can get caregiver. So there's a lot of options within that program. And we are compiling that data so we can kind of see historical data and be able to implement that. Like we kind of see some of the new development on the west side being something that might put more parking pressure on those neighborhoods with some of those lots going away and some of that density or those kind of events that are going to be happening there. So it's something that we are aware of, and we're trying to kind of be ahead of it. And so we're doing that in a very data-informed way.
Can I ask a question? Are you're saying that 70% of on-street parking is occupied at any given time?
It would be an average over the day. So we do counts in the morning, in the evening, and kind of midday.
So that's the average. Do you know by neighborhood, for instance, Heritage Hill?
I couldn't tell you offhand, but I can get that data for you.
Because I've lived in several neighborhoods, including Heritage Hill, and I lived up in the Riverside Park area where hardly anybody ever parked on the street. And then, of course, Heritage Hill was the opposite. So, that 70% doesn't fill.
And that's where we kind of look at neighborhoods. So currently the Belknap neighborhood is the one that has that residential parking paths or program. So I couldn't tell you offhand unless I looked specifically at it, but we do have the couple years of data now.
Thank you. That's good.
Could you also talk about potentially, when looking at the types of, and maybe Kristen too, but in choosing specifically the, starting to implement this at the residential link, or link residential and neighborhood connectors, whatever, neighborhood residential, thank you, apologies. Can you talk about how that correlates with the micromobility zones, the availability of transit service, et cetera?
Yeah, so there is some parameters kind of where we see a sustained kind of occupancy. And we have some areas that we know kind of have outside pressures, like say near GRCC and things like that. So that's kind of some of those factors we look at when we start to think about implementing that. When we look at kind of parking variances, we look at kind of that demand and pressure there and what the intensity of the use is coming in, but also where we do have micromobility zones or how close the transit is. And so, I mean, it's an interesting fact for people to know that 48% of the city is 500 feet away from a bus stop. And so, I mean, it's one of those things that I think people don't really quite realize the density of that. And so that's what we all kind of look at before, I don't say our blessing or, our kind of recommendation on any parking waiver.
All right. I think, too, that's where we look at other tools in the toolbox with Mobile GR, where we look at, the Rapid evaluates what are the transit routes. They update their master plan, and that directly corresponds to use ridership. And as we see increased density, ridership would go up, at least if we look at how other communities, cities work. We also look at different mobility options that have recently been employed by the city, and we would continue to evaluate that where we see greater density increasing, we would look at what our micromobility options are. And this goes back to some of the trade-offs that we've talked about. It will likely increase the use of parking on the street. And so looking to those other options like transit and scooters and bikes. We've invested heavily in bike lanes and have a bike plan. We've recently finished a separated bike facility on Turner. So there are other options. And again, looking at prioritizing people over vehicles, and understanding that vehicles might not go away entirely, but if people have options for how they commute about the city, that's also part of this conversation.
Okay, any more questions, or are we ready for deliberation? Okay, who would like to start? Kyle?
Wow, thank you for the opportunity. I wasn't prepared for that. But if I must, thank you again, everyone, for coming out and sharing your thoughts with us today. I know that I spent a lot of time reviewing all of the letters we received for this meeting as well as past meetings. I think one of the unfortunate notions that we've heard in some of the letters that we've received and the testimony the past few rounds of input is that there hasn't been an opportunity for community engagement, and I politely disagree. I've been on the commission for a while and considered it an important part of our responsibility back in 2015 and 2018 to participate in the community engagement process around housing needs then, and appreciate the work of Housing Next and the continued work of the Planning Department to bring some of the needs of our community to light and to share their thoughts with us. I don't think that we're uninformed on the challenges that our community is facing. I think, in fact, that a lot of good work has been done and a lot of information has been provided, and I think a lot of studies and reports and articles have been provided to us. Yeah, I think that we do understand the challenges, and I think that action is necessary. I think one of the things that has been pointed out is that this comes out of those rounds of engagement and work. I was disappointed after the Housing Now recommendations were made to the City Commission in 2018 that our recommendations were watered down and only a few were implemented. And I think at the time the drumbeat was we need to be more incremental. We can't take such big action, big swings. And so I think this is just the next step, the next incremental step in trying to help address some of the needs of our community. And I tend to agree with some of the folks that showed up today and folks that provided correspondence that I'd be comfortable going further with some of these recommendations, but I think what we have before us is good, and I think it's right, and I think it's the time that we take action. As Kristen pointed out, even though we do have a master planning process that's going on right now, much of the feedback that we've received aligns with these recommendations, and I think it's important for us to take action. My hope is that with the feedback we continue to receive through the community master planning process, that we'll take further action in the future on these needs. I'm personally very excited to see this go through, and I consider it projecting here, one of our greatest achievements since I've been on the commission.
I am.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I couldn't see who was talking. Go ahead.
So I really appreciate those sentiments. I also really I appreciate everybody's comments. I don't, my opinions don't necessarily align with everyone's comments, and I think that anybody that's heard me talk up here before probably already understands that. But the thing that I find really intriguing is that I think that we know that something needs to change. Almost everybody that made comments said that they understand that change needs to happen and something needs to be done about housing in our city. And the polarization of everything that happened today is an example that, to me, that we're doing something right. Because rarely, like if you talk about good art or you talk about it's any of those things, I'm sorry I don't have more examples off the top of my head, the polarization is a good thing. And it's because it means somebody's actually doing something. So if we had everybody sitting in here or nobody sitting in this room because nobody cared, it would be because we're not doing enough. We're not trying hard enough. So I understand that it's frustrating and it is scary, but I really appreciate the fact that enough work has gone into this and enough effort has gone into this to try to make a measurable or move towards a measurable change in our city.
I really appreciate, first of all of you coming out and spending your whole afternoon here to get an opportunity to give us input. I appreciate the work that our staff has done on looking at incrementally how are we going to solve this crisis and still make this the wonderful city it is, but improve upon it so that more people can live here and live here so that we have diversity. However, and I came here today after having read the extensive packet of information, which was very helpful, and all of the letters that we received, with the thought that I was inclined to vote today for them. However, several issues did come up in the comments that make me think I might be inclined to pause. And I want to say that one was from Ms. Lockman about the concerns of the openness of some of the things that have been written. I still stand in support of accessory dwellings, parking changes, and things like that, but I wouldn't want us to, I wonder if we should have an opportunity to go back there and look at some of that language. I also am having second thoughts about allowing accessory units on properties where it is not owner occupied, and I think some of the things that people said. And I also want to mention that, in my opinion, having owned a home in Heritage Hill for 20 years, they are the outstanding example of diversity, income diversity, ethnic diversity, housing, beautiful housing, walkable neighborhood that we have in this city, and I want to be careful that we pay attention to some of the things that they've said, although I think they've done many of the things. They have accessory units, they have houses that have been made into apartments or condos, as I had. I never wanted to have to maintain a house in Heritage Hill, but I wanted to live there, so I was lucky to find a house that had been turned into a condo, and somebody did all the rehab for me, so that was, I think there's opportunities even more for that, and that we should follow the example of how Heritage Hill has grown and struggled and worked to maintain that kind of diversity. So, you know, I think, Kristen, you know, I'd like to hear, too, about what your thoughts were about the language that was brought up, opening the door for unintended consequences. And is there maybe room to look at that a little bit more? I'm not saying not take this forward to the City Commission, but maybe pausing to look at that. And again, a little more discussion on whether we allow non-owner houses to add accessory or They're rented homes to be allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit.
I think I'd need a little bit more time with Ms. Lockman to understand her comments about the non-conforming splits. I'm assuming, which is dangerous, that what she's talking about is the conveyance of the property separately, which would not be permitted, no?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Which is not allowed, is to convey the two units on a single property separately. But I'm definitely more than willing to sit down with her to make sure I'm understanding what her concern is. Relative to the waiver of Article 9 regulations, that is something that historically has been in the ordinance that the Planning Commission has used routinely. And the purpose for that is to provide some degree of flexibility of the regulations that you are responsible for justifying and articulating. Historically, I'm thinking many years ago, we used to have a requirement that, I think it was a 20,000 square foot, there was requirements around multifamily. I can't remember specifically, but the point being is that you had to go through a deliberation about whether it was appropriate, utilizing your standards, whether it was appropriate to waive a specific use regulation. And it was an exercise in planning. So you had to look at the context of what was happening around the particular development and make a determination as to whether or not a waiver of that standard was necessary or helpful to produce the outcomes that we wanted per the area-specific plans or the ordinance. So you've had that tool in the past. It comes with great responsibility, of course, right? And that's always as part of a public process that you have to go through that exercise. What we found when we were going through this is that with updates that we recently made with Municode, somehow it was misunderstood that we wanted to remove that. So it was an unintentional elimination of that provision. I don't think we've spent a great deal of time trying to solve how or why that happened, but it happened because it's not on the Municode website, which is the company that codifies all the city ordinances. But what we know is that it's not there. It's historically been there, so we would be looking to add it back in because that's something that the Planning Commission in the past has found to be helpful. You may feel differently, and you could strike that recommendation and not add it back in. So that's definitely up for consideration. In terms of the owner occupancy requirement, I mean, that's a policy decision. At this point, AARP best practices would suggest that we don't have an owner occupancy requirement. Studies out of the state of California that have had significant changes in state requirement have come a long way with data and research to suggest that the owner occupancy is a barrier to the creation of accessory dwelling units. But that is a policy decision for you, and this doesn't have to be all or nothing. These are the recommendations or the language that we've talked about to date, and the Planning Commission could make a decision differently and say based on public feedback and further consideration, we would tweak that specific provision. And that's true of all of this, right? That you do have that flexibility at this point.
Just wanted to issue kind of a correction / a little bit more information. We just did mid-year metrics, so I kind of gave you the opposite of what the occupancy is. So there's wonderful ways that we use data at the city. So in our last years, we have 123,000 spaces in our residential areas, and the average occupancy of those was 21.7%. And so in our traditional neighborhood areas, we have 63,000 spaces and about a occupancy of 30%. So there is excessive data that we do have excess parking. So just wanted to make sure I gave you those numbers correctly and not in the weird inverse way that I've been dealing with them for the past week. So
thank you.
I thought that's what I read.
Please. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what everybody has said, all the commissioners have said so far. I also just wanted to input that we are not living, from 50,000 feet in the air and making this decision, that we actually live in these neighborhoods. I live in Easttown. I live right on Lake and Fuller, so I walk to the stores on Cherry. I hang out on Wealthy. I walk through Heritage Hill. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I got friends who would love to move to the city. One is an engineer, single guy who just graduated but can't afford to because it's too expensive for him to live in the city. So the decisions that we make, we also have to live with. So this is not something that we're saying, take it as you will, and then we'll figure it out down the road. But all of this is extremely important for us. I'm sort of the opposite from Commissioner Shannon. Before I walked in, I was kind of hesitant on much of this due to some of the concerns that were raised from the parking, especially to the owner occupancy. But through this meeting, I'm fully in support of all of the text amendments because I think that we have addressed all of these things. I am also very hesitant in believing or I'm trying to use my words wisely here, not allowing the fear that I think a lot of it is exaggerated, a lot of it is unrealistic to stop this. I am also not in favor of kind of kicking the can down the road and waiting for the master plan. I think this is something that we need to do right now because we've been talking about it for a very long time. And I think waiting until the master plan is set before we do this, I think it's the wrong idea because we are already running out of time. We are already behind, and I think a start is a good start, and I think that this is a good start. So one of the things that were raised earlier, I mean, we're not, we all don't expect, from these policies that, overnight we're going to have some massive change, and then all of a sudden 100,000 people are going to move into all of our neighborhoods overnight. We know that that's unrealistic. That's not happening. But that a group of people, a select group of people who own their homes, who want to be able to do this in the city, we want to give them the option to do this because they are also paying taxes. They are also living here. They also want an opportunity to do with their property as they will. And this is not a requirement. If you don't want an accessory dwelling unit on your property, don't get an accessory dwelling unit on your property. And with that being said, I'm fully in favor of the language. I'm glad that we had all the discussions today. I'm glad that we were able to really talk about the parking requirements and situations. Parking it's just bad everywhere. It's bad on my street. It's bad on the street over. It's just bad. But that comes with a growing city. That being said, what we experience necessarily doesn't align with the data as we just heard. That there's parking somewhere. People are finding it. Let me know where it's at, but I think that for the parking concerns, especially for me, we've been able to talk about that. Owner occupancy, I think you addressed that really good just now, even the more so. So I'm fully satisfied with the language that we have for us.
I have a lot going on in my head right now. In reaction to the public comment and discussions we've had here, but not just today. We've been having these discussions for a long time. And I attended a couple of the master planning conversations, and a lot of these things that we are talking about here were addressed in those conversations. And I don't feel like we are putting the cart before the horse or the other way around here. I think that these two things are happening side by side, and they're complementing one another rather than restricting one or the other. And I feel like the amount of engagement and people that have come out and have spoken at the master plan meetings have addressed these issues. And there has been so much conversation around these things over the past 5 or 6 years that this isn't new. We are a growing city. We need housing. And if we continue as West Michigan, being the largest city in West Michigan, we continue to recruit young people. We want young people to stay here. New people, people moving across country for jobs. We have an incredible health system here now. We are recruiting industrial facilities here now. We want our city to grow and have the amenities, and with that comes, sure, a struggle of parking, but the bigger struggle is housing. So where are the people going to move? So if I'm convincing my dear friends who live in St. Louis to move to Grand Rapids, I want them to be able to have a home to move into. I want them to be able to come here and maybe rent for a couple years and then eventually be able to buy a home. But they are not the type of people that want to live in a big home in the suburbs. They want to live in the city. And we need to continue to come up with ways to address the housing crisis, whether it is for someone, a doctor moving in to work at Corewell, I almost said the other word, or a student graduating, a teacher. We need a variety of housing, and I feel as though this is, although not going to solve the problem, this is going to help reduce the issues we're facing. So I'm in support.
Yeah, I think that, the comments, I've been on this board for a year now, approximately. I've attended some of the master planning sessions as well. We've heard comments, for months on these issues. They are complicated issues. And I think that these changes are not without consequence. And I think, those consequences will be positive hopefully in the creation of additional housing units that are necessary. I also think there may be negative consequences that we don't understand quite yet. In this case, I think, we are I do believe we are in a crisis. I think that, the personal stories that we've heard, the personal stories that I think probably everyone in this room has heard about housing and the challenging ability to find it. I mean, my own high school and college-age children who truly, genuinely do not believe that housing is ever going to be something that they will find attainable. And it creates in them and their peers a lack of excitement about the future and a lack of interest even in sort of, I've seen in sort of attempting to think about careers because, what difference does it make if I don't have a place to live and I'll never be able to move out of here or whatever that is, right? I mean, that's very anecdotal, but it's real and it's present in our community. I think, I would posit that 90% of our feedback is from the Heritage Hill neighborhood. I think that in many ways that neighborhood could be and is a model for what we would like to see in our neighborhoods of diverse, walkable communities with resources and amenities that are available. I don't know if we would if we could, but unfortunately we cannot restrict zoning to certain neighborhoods or certain areas of the city. Zoning is, as we've been told multiple times, a very blunt tool. I think what I'm hopeful that this will do will create in other neighborhoods something similar to what, the positive things that Heritage Hill has. It is hard for me to believe that this will not increase the interest of private equity and investors in our city, just like every article in national publications that talks about Grand Rapids as being a top 10 city to find housing because it is still relatively attainable as compared to the rest. All of those things drive money to our community and make it more challenging. And that's just the the capitalist city or a capitalist environment that we live in. I don't know that there's much that we can do to significantly, diminish that. It's hard for me to believe. I just think it's going to happen regardless of what we do, and I think it will happen maybe more so because of some of these changes. I do. Kristen's or other comments that have been made around, it's not going to be easy. I don't think any one of us will be putting an accessory dwelling unit at our home anytime soon because the cost is going to be quite restrictive unless we have a parent or somebody who really needs some housing and we want to create that environment. It's not a financial choice. Unfortunately, sometimes private equity can come in and make investments that normal individuals cannot and make those choices profitable at some point. I'm very attuned and appreciate the comments here today and appreciate the effort that has been put into the comments and the thoughtfulness. I am, and this is a hard vote. I really think it is. It's not as easy for me maybe as for some others on the commission, but in the end, I do think that the benefits outweigh the potential consequences, and I think and I will support these changes.
Kristen, would you mind lending some context, I think, to the conversation that a lot of us have been sort of side having and also has been present in our populace here, that code enforcement is becoming more and more challenging. I think some of the fear comes from that. I know that we're not going to make a decision solely on that. That's not what I'm implying. But can we maybe just talk about that as context to our decision-making process here in this body?
Yeah, I think historically, I just read a really good article yesterday. Historically, we have a nuisance code, a property maintenance code, and historically, I think we've relied on those types of tools. And as time has progressed, we've also layered on zoning to try to encourage behaviors that we've wanted to see. And so it's not uncommon if you scale back that regulatory structure or make it more permissive, then you might have consequences like parking in a front yard because I can't find parking on a street and I just need the convenience, so I'm going to pull in my front yard and park. That is going to trigger a code compliance case, and so that is something that I've talked with the Managing Director of Community Development and also was one of the, I think it was in my we agree, or at least it was part of the conversation, is that modifying some of these zoning requirements may increase potential pressure or needs for additional code compliance, which may increase the need for additional resources. And so I think it's just it's one of those trade-offs that we would no longer be relying on zoning as a, to be able to control the density or the potential like noise complaints that might come from a property that has more people living in it now. And instead of using zoning to limit that density, we'd be looking to our property maintenance and our nuisance codes to respond to potential complaints. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know if, Brian, you have anything more to add on that? Okay.
If I can add, seeing the support there is, I do support these initiatives. There were those technical things, and I'd be willing to support them today. What I think is also interesting, and as we move on in this, is to the information that we were given about how we have less people but more housing. So we have smaller, the demographics, and this isn't happening just in Grand Rapids, but in all cities where we have an older population and many of them live alone, and where they had larger families. Many of our younger people are not having as big of families or even having children. So that has also changed, I think, in reading that, the kind of housing we need. And I think Grand Rapids is moving more toward high rises and those kinds of things because we are a built-out city. And so that opportunity to encourage that as we move forward, I think is important. Because we have beautiful neighborhoods, and I don't want to, I like the choice of the neighborhoods. I've lived in 3 different neighborhoods, and I like, each was different, but lent itself to where I was in my life as a mother raising kids and all in Grand Rapids. So I think that information, as we get it, we're doing something right here. We're doing a lot right because we have more people moving in, and we have good jobs coming in, unlike other cities in Michigan. So I am convinced to go forward today and approve these. My thoughts were mostly technical, but I don't want to stop the momentum that we have here.
I kind of forgot about this piece too. We talked earlier, or was stated earlier, something having to do more so with equity and the diversification of neighborhoods. I want to say, while again I'm in support of this, I don't think that this has any effect on diversifying our neighborhoods. I don't see, because the truth of the matter is, 4 recent college graduates from Grand Valley or Hope College beats 1 black family in any neighborhood every single day. I think the idea that policies like this is an incremental step to equity, while it's something good to say, I'm not inclined to really believe that. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not a pro or a con. It's just a no effect. It's a no relation. I don't think that this brings us any closer to a diverse neighborhood, the kind that we like to see. And I think, fortunately and unfortunately for us here, those are just elements that are outside of our control. That's happening in the broader economy. That's happening with historical things that we just have no control over. And so I think that we can sit here all day and we can think of really, really great ideas, as has already been mentioned, to bring us more closer to equitable steps. But at least me, I'm very pessimistic that we're going to get there with this policy or any policy that we pass in the years to come, at least here. So.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think a lot of it is out of our control, right, in terms of financing and all of that kind of stuff that's beyond land use. So I appreciate your comments. I appreciate everyone's comments. I am only non-dominant handed, so I wasn't able to really write anything down during the discussion, so apologies if my comments are brief and disjointed, but yeah, I'm in support of all of these text amendments. I think, as others have said, it might not make a huge difference in terms of like increasing our housing by 50% or things like that, but I think this is a good and logical incremental step to make. I acknowledge, in terms of the parking requirements, the street typologies that we're looking at here are in the more dense neighborhoods, older neighborhoods of the city, but those are also the areas that have better access to different transportation options. And I think in the long run, as we grow as a city, that has better transit and mobility options are also attract people to come to our city. And we should be making changes that support better mobility and not just support single occupancy vehicles. Yeah, I also just want to remind us all that we still have to meet setback requirements and green space requirements and density limitations. So it's not like anything is going to be able to go on all these things. And so I I want to say that I appreciate all the comments, I appreciate all the discussion, all the hours and hours and hours of work that staff and consultants have put in on this. Yeah, I'm in support of all of this, including the ones that we haven't really talked about, the non-hot button issues that turned out to be. So, yeah, I'm in support.
I just want to add that I think that growth without jobs and without housing is not the ultimate goal. It's got to be growth that increases the community and the livability and the opportunity and the equity. But growth just for growth's sake isn't. And my final note is, while I hate to see schools closed, we have 12 properties that might be very good for housing for all of you that work in that area.
So since we have so many concerned Heritage Hill residents here today, I think it's, I was brought up a little bit in the presentations, and I don't know if people picked up on it or not, but Heritage Hill exists and existed in an environment that was unregulated. So, or mostly unregulated, is pre-zoning ordinance. And thankfully, residents, among other people, were able to save Heritage Hill from being demolished during urban renewal. But the zoning ordinance made it so that things that happened in Heritage Hill could not happen anywhere else. So the housing diversity that exists in Heritage Hill, the things that its residents and everybody else in the city loves about Heritage Hill, the fact that it's the fourth densest neighborhood, all of these things these zoning ordinance changes, we're trying to allow other neighborhoods to be more like Heritage Hill. We're not trying to ruin Heritage Hill with these things. We are trying to actually enable other neighborhoods that have been, it's been impossible. It's not even an option to have access to a level of housing diversity that has never been available. One last thing that was brought up earlier was about who's going to be building these things. I actually think that that's one of potentially the most exciting pieces of this whole discussion, is that if ADUs start showing up, if smaller developments start to happen, we begin to have real opportunities for micro local contractors and a workforce that has not previously had the opportunity to exist. And so you can have a couple of people getting together to start to build these things and start new businesses that are creating jobs and fulfilling the need of helping to support our housing crisis. So I think that's a really exciting piece of this entire discussion.
We wish it on any neighborhood what Heritage Hill went through to get to where we're at today.
Right. Thank you all. I'm in support as well. I think we clearly have a demand for more housing, and these, I think, are prudent steps to help both with total demand and diversifying of the housing types, which is, I think, an often understated issue that we have, which is our basically uniform type of housing in the city. So would anybody like to make a motion?
Happy to do it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission recommends that the City Commission approve the proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance for the following reasons. The proposed amendments are consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance because the amendments support the 2002 Grand Rapids Master Plan, Chapter 3, Great Neighborhoods, which recommends that a range of housing choices should be made available to people of different ages, ethnicities, and income levels in all neighborhoods of the city. The amendments support past planning work, including the Housing Now community planning process recommendations, as well as the Great Housing Strategies, as well as state and national zoning reform work that's being done. The proposed amendments will enhance the functionality or character of the future development in the city because the amendments will provide opportunities for infill development in already developed areas of the city. The proposed amendments will enhance the natural features and environmental integrity of the city because the proposed amendments will encourage compact development, which takes up less land and resources. The proposed amendments will protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the amendments are consistent with the objectives of the Grand Rapids Strategic Plan, which support housing development and services that help keep people in their homes, and efforts to ensure all residents have safe, stable, and permanent housing. The amendments will contribute to the efficient use of existing land and infrastructure. Allowing for added density in select residential districts will encourage the vibrancy of the adjacent commercial districts. Allowing for additional density could result in increased use of public transit and fewer trips by the personal automobile, helping to mitigate carbon emissions and their deleterious impacts to human health. The proposed amendments are needed to correct an error or omission in the original text because the amendments represent the evolution of zoning policy designed to address citywide needs. The proposed amendments will address a community need in physical or economic conditions or development practices because the proposed amendments will help relieve the current lack of housing supply within the city. Pursuant to the 2020 Grand Rapids Housing Needs Assessment, the city will need at least 14,106 more dwelling units by 2027 to satisfy demand. The proposed amendments would not result in the creation of significant nonconformities in the city because the proposed amendments would effectively eliminate many existing nonconforming conditions.
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you to Director Turkelson and your team for the hard work. Any further discussion amongst the Planning Commission?
I just want to bring up something that you said, fall adoption. I thought we were working on a summer adoption of the community master plan.
We have had some staffing challenges in our department that I can share more offline if you'd like, to some degree, that it just might make the summer schedule a little bit more challenging. We have not officially amended the schedule at all. We are in weekly communication with our consultant, but yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, didn't mean to put you on the spot. Just curious.
Yeah. So the next step, if you don't mind, the next step in this process is that I will be working with the city manager to determine when this will go before the city commission. I would expect that there would be an expectation of me to provide at least one briefing, if not two briefings. I know that there has been conversation about an appointment of a new Third Ward City Commissioner. So there's a lot of other priorities, of course, at the city commission level that we'll be balancing with the City Commission agenda. So I would expect at the earliest would be a February 20th briefing at the Committee of the Whole. And then from there, City Commission will help me, and the City Manager's Office with City Commission input would help me set that schedule as we move forward. So I can keep the Planning Commission apprised of the schedule as I know more, but that's what I know right now. Okay.
Any further discussion? And then, as is our custom, we open up for public comment at the end of each of our meetings. So anyone who would like to come and address the commission may come up to the microphone and share your thoughts in 3 minutes or less.
Hi, Doug Meeks again, just quickly. It would be very helpful if the committee or Kristen could specify from now that this has passed what the process is and who will, like the ongoing process, I think would be highly beneficial if you could discuss that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Sorry, I didn't communicate that better. So what you heard today was a Planning Commission recommendation to City Commission. So it is a recommendation for approval. The ordinance has not changed at this point. So City Commission, because it is a code, only City Commission has the authority to make this effective. So the next step in the process is for city staff to bring this forward to City Commission, much like what we have done here in the past several months historically as well. City Commission is major policy changes like this do have a briefing that is done by the director, in this case it would be me, for City Commission to help bring them up to speed as to what the recommendations are, all about your Planning Commission process and the deliberations. Of course, they would have access to all of the information you had, as well as the live stream recording of this. So I don't have a specific timeline for you at this point. I can work with staff to figure out how we can best communicate that to keep the community up to speed. Perhaps it's just an email to neighborhood associations, or we could have a page on our website dedicated to what that schedule would look like. So we can think that through to make sure that you feel in the know as to what the community feels in the know as to what that schedule would be moving forward.
Would will all of the materials that have been provided to this board be sent on to the commission, or should we assume that the commission doesn't have that?
Nope, you can assume safely that they have access and it is part of their packet.
Okay.
So everything that has been given to the Planning Commission, whether that's from staff or from the community, would be part of their official packet.
Okay.
So you would not need to resend the letters, that sort of just carries forward as part of their deliberation.
Okay, thank
If you have new information, of course, you're welcome to submit a new letter to the city clerk, who puts it in the City Commission packet, but
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
it'll
you.
be
Process
included.
question.
yeah, thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, and we are adjourned. Thank you.